여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good
인천 전략
afternoon.
10년의 성과 국제 포럼에 참여하신 여러분
I'd like to welcome
환영합니다.
you to
저는
the
오늘
International
행사에
Forum on a
진행을 맡은
Decade of
아나운서
Incheon Strategy. I am
김현입니다.
MC for today,
인사드립니다.
announcer Kim Hyun-nim. It's a great pleasure to meet you.
네, 이번 인천 전략 10년의 성과 국제 포럼은
The International Forum on
온라인
a Decade
생중계로
of Incheon
여러분과 함께
Strategy is held
하겠습니다.
live online.
실시간 채팅창에 적극적으로
We
질문을
will select those
올려주시거나
who have
포럼의
asked questions on
만족도
our chat
조사에
in real
참여해
time
주시는
or filled
분들께는
out our
저희가
satisfaction
추첨을 통해서
survey
향후
and
경품을
provide
지급해 드릴
gifts.
예정입니다. 유튜브 화면에 QR
Please use
코드
the
유튜브
QR
채널
code on our
더보기에
YouTube
나와
screen
있는
or
링크를
click on the
통해서도
link in
만족도
YouTube
조사에
Show More
참여하실 수
to fill
있습니다.
out the
따뜻한
survey.
관심으로 끝까지 함께
We
참여해
ask for
주시기를
your continued
부탁드리겠습니다.
participation.
네, 그럼 먼저 인천 전략에 대해서
First, a
간단하게
brief introduction of the Incheon strategy.
2012년
In
UN
2012, the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the
대한민국
Pacific, or
인천에
ESCAP,
모여서
gathered in
제3차
Incheon and
아태
adopted the
장애인
Incheon
10년의
strategy to make the
행동
right real
장애인의
for
권리
persons
실천을
with
위한
disabilities,
인천 전략을
an action plan
채택했습니다.
for the third
이후
Asian and
한국
Pacific
정부는
Decade of
인천
Persons
전략의
with Disabilities.
주도국으로서
As the leader of the Incheon
2013년부터
strategy, the government
22년까지
pursued
다양한
various
장애
international
분야
projects
국제
from
협력 사업을
2013
추진해 오고
to
있습니다.
2022.
오늘 포럼은
Today's
2022년
forum is an
인천 전략
opportunity to
종료를
share the
앞두고
achievements
그간의
as we
이행의
face the
성과를
end of the
함께
Incheon strategy
나눠보면서
in
향후
2022
방향에 대한
and to discuss
논의도
future
하기 위해서
steps.
마련된 자리입니다. 그럼 포럼에 대한 영상이
We
준비되어
have a
있습니다.
video on
함께
the
영상
forum, so
보시죠.
let's take a look at it together. So we've learned about the Incheon strategy, the goals, and the International Forum in this video. Before we open the forum, there will be congratulatory remarks delivered for our participants for joining us on this meaningful occasion. First, let's invite President Choi Kyung-suk of CODI for her opening remarks.
안녕하십니까.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, I am Choi Kyung-suk, President of CODI.
온라인을 통해
I would like to
본
welcome
포럼에
all of you
참석해주신
for
여러분
joining us for this
반갑습니다.
forum online.
2013년 첫 출발한 인천
Incheon
전략이
strategy was first
어느새
launched in
9년이
2013,
되었습니다.
and now 9 years have passed.
2022년 인천 전략 종료를
Today's
1년
forum
앞둔
is an
시점에
opportunity
그간의
to
성과를
review
돌아보고
past achievement
앞으로 장애 분야
and
국제 협력이
discuss the
나아갈
direction of
방향에 대해
international
논의하고자
cooperation
오늘 이 자리를
in disability
마련했습니다.
as we face the end of Incheon
2012년
strategy in the
10월
coming year.
UN
In October
회원국은
2012,
한국의
UN
인천
ESCAP member
송도에 모여
states gathered in Songdo,
제3차
Incheon,
아시아
and
태평양
declared
10년
the
선언과
third Asian and Pacific
9억 9천만
Decade of
아시아
Persons with
태평양
Disabilities
장애인
and
권리 실현을
adopted
위한
the international
인천
strategy to
전략을
make the right real
채택했습니다.
for 690 million persons with disabilities in Asia and the Pacific. Korea is taking the initiative for the third declaration, following China and the first and Japan the second.
한국장애인개발원이
Cody, as the Secretariat of the MRR Fund, has committed to improving the quality of life and empowering persons with disabilities in the Asia-Pacific region. INCHEON strategy is the world's first set of disability-inclusive development goals agreed upon at the regional level. Under the INCHEON strategy, we have carried out 7 different modalities for 58 SGAP member states. Through joint projects with UN SGAP, 17 countries in Asia-Pacific have been provided with consulting services to establish disability statistics. And under the country assistance provision, Mongolia, Laos, Indonesia, and Myanmar have been our partners for projects such as early diagnosis and intervention for children with disabilities, vocational rehabilitation training, and establishing cafes that tire people with disabilities. We've invited 118 trainees from 12 countries across the past 9 years for capacity building around disability policies and relevant institutions, which was then adopted as disability projects by participating countries and has further developed as country assistance project. The MRR Fund supported 10 OPDs in Asia-Pacific in capacity building to carry out disability-inclusive development projects, and we deployed Korea's first overseas volunteers of persons with disabilities in the public sector to provide awareness-raising education to 200 people in Cambodia. I believe that when we're not complacent in our accomplishments and strengthen international solidarity to establish a stronger and universal human rights system for persons with disabilities, we will ensure that the waves in Asia-Pacific become a huge tide with great impact around the world. To this end, we'd like to seek a new direction for the Korean government in the following 2 levels. First, in which direction should post-INCHEON strategy project move to re-establish sustainable partnerships on disability-inclusive international cooperation at the regional level to improve the rights of persons with disabilities and carry out action plans in the Asia-Pacific. Second, at the national level, as a leader of the third declaration and the leading country in international development cooperation and disability, how can the MRR Fund Secretariat contribute to fulfilling its responsibility in building an ecosystem for international cooperation in this field? Going forward, let us also discuss how to improve the overall planning, participation, and engagement in a way that the MRR Fund will continue sustainable development. We look forward to your strong interest and support. Once again, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude for joining us today at the International Forum. Thank you.
We just heard from President. Thank you for that. So she shared the significance of this forum, and also she mentioned future directions for our discussions. Many people share their word of congratulations. First, we are going to invite the dignitary from Ministry of Health and Welfare. Let's invite Mr. Kwon Duk-chul.
안녕하십니까. 보건복지부 장관 권덕철입니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I am Kwon Duk-chul, Minister of Health and Welfare. I sincerely congratulate the hosting of International Forum on Decade of INCHEON Strategy for the realization of the right of persons with disability in Asia and Pacific. I'd like to express my gratitude to President Choi Kyung-suk of Korea Disabled People's Development Institute and staff members for their unsparing effort. My special thanks also go to those who are joining today through both online and offline. In November 2012, the high-level intergovernmental meeting on the final review of the implementation of Asia-Pacific Decade of Persons with Disability was held in Incheon. At the meeting, member states of UN SGAP have adopted INCHEON strategy to make the right to rear as a framework of the third Asian-Pacific Decade of Persons with Disability. The INCHEON strategy builds on the Convention on the Right of Persons with Disability and the BIWACO Millennium Framework for Actions and Sustainable Development Goals, which means INCHEON strategy can be seen as a practical effort to create a sustainable and inclusive society where no one left behind. For the
장애의
success of
포괄적
the
개발
INCHEON
목표를
strategy,
제시한
the world's
인천
first set
전략의
of
성공을 위해
originally agreed
대한민국은
disability inclusive
아태
development goals,
장애인 10년의
Korea has
주도국으로서
shown
아태
numerous
지역과
meaningful
협력하여
measures in
다양한
cooperation with the
성과를
Asia-Pacific regions
이루어냈습니다.
as a leading country of the
실질적인
decade
장애인
of
정책
persons
추진
with
체계 구축을
disability.
지원하고자
To support the
아태
establishment
지역의
of a
장애
national
관련 정책
mechanism on
설계와
disability,
이행의
the policy design
효과성을
and efficacy of
평가하였습니다.
implementation in
비교
Asia-Pacific was
가능한
thoroughly
장애 데이터
evaluated.
구축을 위해
With the goal of building
2013년부터 아태
comparability
지역
of disability
17개국에
data,
장애
Korea
통계
has
구축
provided
컨설팅과
consulting
국가별
services and
행동계획
supported
수립을
the
지원하기도
establishment of
하였습니다.
action plan to 17 countries
또한
in
인천
Asia-Pacific
전략
region
이행 기금
since
사업을 통해
2013.
빈곤, 사회 참여,
In addition,
접근성,
we have committed
성평등,
ourselves
교육
to
등의
achieve
분야에서
the 10
국제기구,
goals of
정부,
INCHEON strategy
시민사회가
in close
적극적으로
partnership
협력하여
with the United
인천
Nations,
전략의
government, and
10대
civil
목표를
society
달성하고자
in area of
노력하였습니다.
poverty, social participation,
대한민국
accessibility, gender
국내에서도
equality,
인천
and
전략하에서
education.
장애인
Recalling
등급제를
INCHEON
폐지하고
strategy,
장애인 연금 급여
domestically Korea
수준을
has abolished
지속적으로
a
인상하는
disability
한편
classification
정책적
system
의사
and
결정
gradually
과정에서의
increased the
장애인
persons for
대표성을 확보하는 등의
with
성과가 있었습니다.
disability and secured representation
또한
of persons with
발달 장애인
disability
권리
in
보장 및
decision-making
지원에 관한 법률
process.
제정,
In addition to
장애물
that, we
없는
have made
생활 환경에
continuous
대한 법적
effort
근거
in
마련,
legal and institutional
한국 수학
actions
언어법
such as the
제정 등
enactment of Act
법적 제도적
on
정비에도
guarantee of
꾸준히
right and support
노력해
for
왔습니다.
persons with developmental
이러한
disabilities
노력이
and
중단 없이
restoration
지속될 수
on
있도록
barrier-free
인천 전략의 비전을
environments
공유하고
enactment.
장애 분야
The
국제
INCHEON
협력
Forum
과제를
on a
모색하는
decade of INCHEON
인천
strategy
전략
is greatly
10년의 성과
significant in a
국제
way
포럼의 개최는
that it
그
shares a
의미가
vision of
대단히
INCHEON
큽니다.
strategy and searches way for
오늘 포럼을
international
계기로 인천
cooperation
전략과
in disability for its
아태 장애인 권리의
sustainability.
중요성에 대한
I
관심이
hope that through
더욱
this forum,
높아지기를
public
기대합니다.
interest in INCHEON strategy can be
대한민국은
enhanced
앞으로도
further.
6억
Republic of
9천만
Korea will
아태
further
장애인의 권리
contribute to
실천을
make a
위한
right to
정책
bear
추진에
for
더욱
690 million
노력하겠습니다.
persons with disability in
감사합니다.
Asia-Pacific region. Thank you.
네, 장관님 말씀 감사합니다.
Thank
본
you,
포럼이
Minister,
있기까지 인천
for your
전략의 역사
remarks
그리고 성과에 대해서
on the history of the
짚어주셨습니다.
INCHEON strategy and the
메시지를
achievement.
들으니까 오늘 포럼이
As I
더욱더
hear all of
기대되는
these
것 같습니다.
congratulatory
다음
remarks, I look forward to
스피커
today's
소개해드리겠습니다.
forum. Next, we
이번에는
have
더불어민주당 최혜영
Choi Hae-young,
의원님께서도
member of the
축하를
Democratic Party of
보내주셨습니다.
Korea, who will be
만나보시죠.
delivering her congratulatory remarks.
반갑습니다.
Good afternoon. I am Choi Hae-young, member of the National
인천
Assembly.
전략 10년의 성과를 살펴보고
I would like to extend my words of congratulations to you on the opening of today's international forum held to review the past decade and to continue post-INCHEON strategy. I would also like to express my deepest gratitude to President of CODI, as well as organizers for preparing this event, and to our speakers and panelists today. As a leading country of INCHEON strategy, Korea has made various efforts to improve the quality of life of persons with disabilities in the Asia-Pacific region since 2013. Also, we've planned various projects in disability-inclusive international cooperation. We've implemented them and contributed to empowering persons with disabilities and raising awareness. However, when we look back on whether we've ensured their participation and empowerment, there is still room for improvement. Also, due to lack of commitment or determination of countries, persons with disabilities still face inequality in life, such as in education, employment, and in health. Today's forum is an opportunity to evaluate the achievements of the INCHEON strategy in Asia-Pacific and to lay the foundation for post-INCHEON strategy. I hope this forum can serve as a venue to seek practical measures for sustainable disability-inclusive international cooperation based on our experience. I, too, will listen carefully to you and support you through policies. Once again, congratulations on the opening of the International Forum on a decade of INCHEON strategy, and I hope today's forum will be a meaningful venue for everyone. Thank you.
네, 최혜영 의원님
Thank
말씀
you. We just
감사합니다.
heard
그간
from
쌓아올린
Ms. Choi
경험을
Hae-young.
바탕으로
Based on
실질적인 방안을
accumulated
모색해 나갔으면 좋겠다는
experience,
말씀도
the future
전해
directions
주셨습니다.
can be searched for.
네,
That was a
이번에는
message
국민의힘
by Ms. Choi
이종성
Hae-young.
의원님을
We are going to
만나보시죠. 영상
invite
함께 보시죠.
the lawmaker Lee Jong-sung.
여러분 반갑습니다. 국민의힘
Greetings,
국회의원
ladies
이종성입니다.
and gentlemen.
먼저
This is
인천
Lee
전략
Jong-sung, a
10년의
member
성과
of the National Assembly
국제포럼
of
개최를
People
진심으로
Power Party.
축하드립니다.
First and
오늘의
foremost,
뜻깊은 행사를
congratulations to
마련해
hold the
주신
International Forum on a decade of
한국장애인개발원의
INCHEON
최경숙
strategy.
원장님과
I convey my
행사를
sincere
함께
gratitude
준비하시고
to Choi
참여해
Kyung-soo,
주신
the
관계자분들
president of
또한
Korea
항상
Disabled People's
관심
Development
가져주시는
Institute
모든
for
분들에게
preparing
감사의
this event. My
말씀을
special
드립니다.
thanks
인천
also go to
전략은 아시아
provide us
태평양 지역
unsparing
장애인들의
effort for
권리
this
실현을
event.
위해
The INCHEON
수립된
strategy
지역
is a
차원의
regional
개발 협력
development cooperative project that has been established to make the right to rear for persons with disability in Asia-Pacific region. Although it does not have a legal forces, unlike other right agreements, it is composed of 10 goals, 27 targets, and 62 indicators to fulfill strategies, making significantly meaningful in terms of measuring the level of progress. As the leader of INCHEON strategy, South Korea has not only been fulfilling the goal of this project, but has also been providing support for establishing projects on disability statistics for developing countries in Asia-Pacific region. There is only about a year left of termination of INCHEON strategy. As a country that has been at the forefront of INCHEON strategy, South Korea bears grave responsibility in regard to its progress more than any other country in the project. It is also being demanded to do thorough analysis of past performance and present proactive response. To this end, I hope today's event provide opportunity to examine the project performance, seek continuous development of global networks. As a member of the Health and Welfare Committee of the National Assembly, I will strive to more effort into implementation of INCHEON strategies and sustainability project. Thank you.
네, 이종성 의원님 말씀 감사드립니다.
Thank you, National Assembly
1년 남짓
member
남은
Lee
인천
Jong-sung.
전략 남은 기간 동안 주도국인 우리의 역할이
It
크다라는
is,
말씀도
he said that
전해주셨습니다.
our role in the INCHEON
이번에는
strategy in the
국민의힘
remaining
김예지
period is very
의원님도
important.
축하의
Now we
마음을
will invite
전해주셨습니다.
National
영상으로
Assembly member Kim
만나보시죠.
Ye-ji of the People Power Party.
안녕하십니까. 국민의힘 김예지입니다.
Good afternoon, I am Kim
이번
Ye-ji,
인천
member of the
전략
People
10년의
Power
성과,
Party.
국제
First and
포럼
foremost, I would like to
개최를
congratulate you on the opening of the International Forum and a decade of INCHEON strategy. Despite challenges due to COVID-19, as we face the end of the INCHEON strategy to make the right real for persons with disabilities, we are gathered today to reflect on the past achievements and seek measures to empower persons of disabilities in the Asia-Pacific region. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to President Choi Kyung-soo of CODI and organizers for preparing such an important opportunity. Also, I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has dedicated to implementing the INCHEON strategy from the beginning to today's forum. INCHEON strategy is an action plan to promote the rights of persons with disabilities in the Asia-Pacific region as a regional level development goal. And since 2013 until today, the MRR Fund was provided to support improving the lives of people with disabilities and various projects. In addition, since the declaration of the INCHEON strategy, many countries have made efforts to empower persons with disabilities and end discrimination. The strategy is also connected to UNCRPD and SDGs, creating an opportunity to encourage countries to further strengthen efforts to uphold the rights of persons of disabilities. However, when it comes to empowerment, strengthening the foundation for political, economic, and social participation, education, and employment, as well as improving accessibility, there is still room for improvement. I hope that this forum serves as an opportunity to take one step closer to the achievement of a better quality of life for persons with disabilities and to share constructive ideas and wisdoms to this end. I, too, as a person with visual disability and a member of the National Assembly, will listen closely to your insights and strive to protect the rights of persons with disabilities and persons without disabilities alike as members of society. Once again, I'd like to express my appreciation to CODI for your effort in preparing this event. I would also like to thank today's speakers who will be adding depth to the forum through presentations and discussions. And I wish you and your families all the best. Thank you.
네, 김예지 의원님
We
축하의
just
말씀
heard from
감사드립니다.
member of the
그동안
National
전략 이행을
Assembly,
위해서
Kim Ye-ji.
애써주신 모든 분들께
Well, actually,
감사의
many
마음을
people
전해
provide a great
주셨습니다.
effort for the
네,
implementation of this
계속해서 영상
strategy.
만나볼
She
텐데요.
shared her
이번에는
gratitude for that.
UN
And we are going
사회개발국장
to invite
스리니바스
the
타타님의
SDD
축사입니다. 영상으로
Director,
만나보시죠.
Srinivas Tata from
Excellencies,
UNESCOP.
distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, it is my privilege and pleasure to join you here today at this important forum on the decade of the INCHEON strategy. At the outset, I wish to thank the government of the Republic of Korea and the Korea Disabled People's Development Institute for your continuous support in consolidating the regional efforts to implement the INCHEON strategy. ESCAP and CODI have been strategic partners in promoting the disability inclusive agenda in the region for the past decade. CODI supports ESCAP with generous contributions for ESCAP's technical cooperation projects. The contribution enables ESCAP to provide countries in the region with technical assistance to accelerate the implementation of the INCHEON strategy. As we approach the closure of the third disability decade next year, I believe that this forum is held at a critical time to initiate a collective reflection on the Asia and the Pacific decade of persons with disability, 2013 to 2022, and the INCHEON strategy to make the right real for persons with disabilities in Asia and the Pacific. As you may know, the governments of ESCAP gathered in INCHEON in 2012 and adopted the ministerial declaration on the third Asian and Pacific decade and the INCHEON strategy. With the INCHEON strategy being the first set of regional agreed disability inclusive development goals, our region has been a pioneer in promoting disability inclusion in all aspects of life. We have come a long way in the last 2 decades. The region has made significant progress in achieving the adoption of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, CRPD, and disability inclusion in global agendas such as the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Visible progress is also observed at the operational level. For the last decade, more countries have made disability prevalence data available. Now, 58 countries in our region have disability prevalence data available for our analysis. At least 13 governments in our region have adopted anti-discrimination laws on disability. However, in our region, challenges facing persons with disability remain persistent and many, including the lack of access to education, health services, and employment opportunities. On average, persons with disabilities are 2 to 6 times more likely to be unemployed than persons without disabilities. One of the major contributing factors to this disparity in employment is the lack of access to education and vocational training opportunities for persons with disabilities. In addition, social protection coverage is often limited to social insurance programs and only available to those in formal employment and with regular employment contracts, leaving persons with disability often without sufficient coverage. Moreover, the COVID-19 pandemic exacerbates the social and economic gap that persons with disabilities face, posing multidimensional challenges. It demands us to devise creative and innovative solutions and renew our commitment to disability rights and make real impacts on the ground through transformative change. In this context, ESCAP has embarked on preparations for the final review of the third Asia-Pacific decade. Governments, organizations of persons with disability, and all other stakeholders are starting to take stock of the progress that we have made towards disability inclusion over the last decade. I warmly invite all of you to join us and actively participate in the review of the disability decade and ensure that our efforts to chart the way forward in building disability inclusive strategies in Asia and the Pacific leave no one behind. It is crucial that our deliberations are guided by a clear focus on protecting the rights of persons with disabilities and empowering them in this challenging time. ESCAP is committed to partnering with our members and stakeholders to make the right real for persons with disabilities in our region. I extend my warm congratulations to the organizers for the opening of this international forum, and I wish you fruitful and productive deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you, Director Srinivas Tata of UNESCOP, for your congratulatory remarks. He mentioned that he looks forward to many discussions held during the forum. Thank you. Starting with the opening remarks delivered by President Choi Kyung-soo of CODI, many have sent us warm congratulatory remarks. Thank you very much for your warm congratulatory remarks. This brings us to the end of the opening ceremony, and we will now open the forum. The International Forum on a Decade of INCHEON Strategy's first session will soon begin, so please stay tuned.
쉬는 시간을 통해서
After
화면으로
a short
만족도
break,
조사 이벤트가 안내됩니다.
we will also
화면에 보이는
give you instructions on
QR코드를
our event
스캔하시고
and our
만족도 조사에
satisfaction
참여해
survey.
주시면
So please
감사하겠습니다.
take a look at
저희가
your
추첨을
screen
통해서
and take
소정의
part in
경품도
our
여러분께
survey. And we will
나눠드리겠습니다.
select a
따뜻한
few to
관심으로
provide you
많은
with
참여
gifts. So
부탁드리겠습니다.
we ask for your
저희는
participation.
잠시 후에 다시 찾아뵙겠습니다.
We'll be back in a moment. Thank you.
네, 그럼 지금부터 인천 전략
Now let us
10년의
begin the
성과
first
국제
session
포럼의
of
첫
the
번째
International Forum on a decade of
시작하겠습니다.
Incheon
이번
strategy.
세션에서는
This
인천
strategy will
전략의 일환으로
discuss
추진된
UN
UN
SCAP's
에스캅 협력 사업
joint
성과를
projects
주제로 해서
implemented as part of the
UN
Incheon
에스캅
strategy,
인천 전략 사업
specifically on the
성과와
achievements
사업
of UN
적용
SCAP's
사례
Incheon strategy
발표가
projects
준비되어 있습니다.
and a case
먼저
study.
UN 에스캅
Our
사회개발국
first speaker is Min-kyung Kim,
기획관님의
Social
UN
Affairs
에스캅
Officer at the
인천
UN
전략
SCAP,
사업
who will
성과
present on
발표부터
UN
함께
SCAP's
만나보시죠.
Incheon strategy achievements.
네, 안녕하십니까. UN 에스캅 사무관 김민경입니다.
Good afternoon. I'm Kim Min-kyung, Social Affairs Officer in UN SCAP. The United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, or UN SCAP, is one of the 5 regional economic commissions under the UN Economic and Social Council. It focuses on Asia Pacific and plays a crucial role in international cooperation and development in the economic and social areas. As SDD Director Srinivas Tata mentioned, UN SCAP is providing various support to implement the third disability decade declared by UN SCAP member states in 2012 and to implement the Incheon strategy that was adopted through the agreement. Today in my presentation, I'd like to talk about the 10 years of Incheon strategy and the various support activities of UN SCAP. First, if you look at the content, I will introduce the Incheon strategy to make the right real for persons with disabilities in Asia and the Pacific and explain what support we provide for member states to implement the strategy and share with you the details and results of our projects. So I would like to talk about the details and the results. And lastly, the third disability decade was implemented from 2013 to 2022, so next year is the last year. In the final year, there will be a final review of the decade of the Incheon strategy, and I'd like to introduce how the journey is being prepared and the initiatives that are being planned at UN SCAP. First, on Incheon strategy. As mentioned, Incheon strategy is a part of a way to implement Asian and Pacific decade of persons with disabilities. It is a roadmap established, based on the agreement of member states. Therefore, the implementation period is the same as the third decade, which is from 2013 to 2022. Another characteristic of the Incheon strategy is that it has measurable goals, targets, and indicators. As you see here on the right, there are 10 goals, 27 targets, and 62 indicators. It is designed to monitor each goal, target, and indicator, and monitor and evaluate the process and implementation of Incheon strategy based on evidence-based information. That's the biggest characteristic of the Incheon strategy. The Incheon strategy was adopted based on the first disability decade and the second disability decade, based on the 20 years of experience. Another big characteristic of the Incheon strategy, along with the 20 years of experience, is that it was based on the human rights principles of the CRPD that regional member states began to ratify in 2008. Its Disability Inclusive Development Framework is based on these principles. The Incheon strategy, since its commencement in 2013, was subject to midterm review. That was the midterm review of the Incheon strategy in 2017 and 2018. During the review, governments and stakeholders filled out a survey on the progress in implementing the Incheon strategy and submitted it to us. The survey gathered disability-related statistics related to each goal, target, and indicator. And based on such information, the progress of the Incheon strategy was reviewed. Based on the results, we reflected on what additional measures are needed to accelerate the progress, what policy measures were needed, and these recommendations were announced as the Beijing Action Plan. The Beijing Action Plan was adopted in 2018. So to summarize, the third disability declaration based on the INCHEON strategy in 2013 and the Beijing Action Plan in 2018 is a process of being implemented together with all regional member states and stakeholders. In implementing the INCHEON strategy and the Beijing Action Plan, UNSGAP contemplates on how we can help member states implement the strategy efficiently and provide support through projects. The project name is Toward INCHEON Strategy to Ensure the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in Asia and the Pacific. It's translated in Korean, so it may sound awkward, but the project began with the implementation of the INCHEON strategy and has a long history. There are two phases to the project. Phase 1 began in 2014 and ended in 2018. Phase 1 focused on implementing the INCHEON strategy and the importance and the need of disability statistics in doing that. It focused around raising awareness and establishing disability statistics systems and capacity building, and has provided technical and funding support. So during phase 1, we visited 17 countries and discussed with relevant government agencies about disability-related statistics and processes. So over several days, we held meetings and consultations to understand the disability statistics system of each country and to identify what were needed to improve the systems, to see if disability statistics around INCHEON Strategy Goal 1 to 10 were collected or not, and if not, how we can collect the data and which government agencies should be in charge of it. And if such information was being collected, what were the ways to efficiently use them? So these policy recommendations were submitted to the member states in the form of National Action Plan. So the consultations and the national action plans provided to 17 countries resulted in 9 out of the 17 countries actually officially adopting the action plans. The countries are Cambodia, Indonesia, Mongolia, the Philippines, and Sri Lanka. National action plans are a set of recommendations provided to countries, and they do not have legal force. So depending on circumstances, policy, environment, and various priorities and elements, some countries adopted the action plan while others did not. However, even in countries that did not adopt a plan, it was an important opportunity to raise awareness around why disability statistics are important in implementing the INCHEON strategy. So through phase 1, government agencies gathered to discuss disability statistics and analyze the policy circumstances related to disability statistics. And even if they did not adopt the National Action Plan, the process raised awareness around the importance, and they went through a process of discussing about it, which I believe is the significance and the meaning of phase 1. So phase 1 began in 2014 to 2018 and has now been concluded. Phase 2 began in the end of 2020. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, it began at the end of 2020, but began to gain momentum in 2021. Based on what we learned, the lessons and experience from phase 1, phase 2 was slightly adjusted. Of course, both phases 1 and 2 aim to strengthen the implementation of the INCHEON strategy and the Beijing Action Plan, and to support member states to that end. If phase 1 was about advice and consultation around disability statistics, phase 2 is about about considering different circumstances of countries. They have different policy environments, different priorities, and different areas to focus capacity building on. So considering the differences, we provide support for disability statistics as well as other key goals such as social protection, employment, women with disabilities, and accessibility through technical support or funding support if it is requested. So we review the project and provide them with funding support if needed. Other activities here on the screen, we also have support in establishing and improving various disability policies and systems related to the INCHEON strategy through Phase 2 project. There are the Philippines, Bhutan, Fiji, and Mongolia and target sub-regions and countries here on the screen. Discussions are underway with some countries, while other countries have begun projects already because countries want different support for different policy areas, so the projects are all set in a different direction. For example, we held discussions with Mongolia early this year, and Mongolia sought support in job policies such as developing job competencies and job matching. So their focuses on that. Their project focuses on that. So we're currently still discussing the project. Fiji is looking to establish a comprehensive disability action plan and prioritize policies. So they're considering priorities and requesting technical support or support for their project, and these are currently still underway, under discussion. And there are various things to consider, but UNSCAP aims to support areas that the government need, and we provide support as much as we can within the government's prioritization and comprehensive plan. The Philippines has already started their project, and so will Bhutan. We've established a partnership with the Batangas local government, and we are carrying out the project. What the Batangas government wanted was to develop a tool to diagnose disability. So the project is about developing a tool and establishing a system that can systematically diagnose disability using that tool. That was the project that the local government wanted, and so UNSCAP provides support for developing the disability diagnosis tool, deploying experts to create the tool, and when it's created, we are going to apply it in a pilot project. And so we will also have to train officers who will be diagnosing disability using that tool, and also we have to train the trainers, which is another key activity in the project. And lastly, when the Batangas government develops and implements the disability diagnosis tool, it will also have to raise awareness through various government-led campaigns regarding diagnosis. So there are 3 activities that are included in the project with the Batangas government. Bhutan will also soon implement its project. The Bhutan government also wanted a comprehensive support in disability-related policies. So through many discussions, we are focusing on providing job support, such as vocational training, job matching, and job skills development, along with the overall improvement of welfare policies, as well as using disability diagnosis tool to lead to establishing a social welfare system. So these are the key activities regarding disability diagnosis and welfare policy improvement. And I understand that an official from the Bhutan government will present a separate presentation on this, so I'll only briefly explain the project as such. So Phase 2 has different projects for different countries. Countries that are already implementing the projects have faced changes in policy environment due to COVID-19, and because there are so many areas to respond to and they are in the process of expanding programs and services, it sometimes feels like discussions are being carried out in a fast manner, while then sometimes it seems as though that there are some delays, and so there are some gaps between the countries in the progress of the project. But this is how we plan to implement phase 2, through discussions and by providing technical support and funding support to the governments. Lastly, I will touch on the final review of the implementation of the Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities. The final review will look at the progress of the past decade and the regional and national level progress, and therefore it is a review of a vast scale. We provide support for the review, but we also seek, for example, with various stakeholders, including civil society organizations and experts, we seek their consultation to draw conclusions, and this process will begin in earnest starting this year as we head towards the high-level ministerial meeting next year. The objective is to review the progress that UNESCAP members and associate members have made towards disability inclusive development in Asia-Pacific since 2012. So let me explain the process. I mentioned that there was a midterm review in 2017 and 2018, so we distributed surveys to various stakeholders, including governments. The survey is designed to gather various disability statistics and data on Goal 1 to Goal 10 of the INCHEON strategy. The final review will also be conducted in a similar way through a survey. So this year, the survey has already been distributed to regional member states. And this is a series of the process of the final review. So there is survey and analytical review, and there is the part where there's upcoming events to promote and encourage participation in the final review. So regarding survey and analytical review, we already distributed the survey in the first half of this year, letting government officials know of our plan, and we've requested them to designate a contact point who will be in charge of the key disability-related tasks. And this contact person will be the person to distribute survey across the government agencies and become our main channel of communication. Of course, this person cannot fill out the survey alone and must have help from various agencies and stakeholders to collect the information. The survey was distributed in August, and when the officer shares it with all agencies, they are to submit the survey by February next year. We hope that they will respond back to us by February. And UNESCAP's support regarding the survey is around the survey being it's very technical, and it covers a large scope of disability statistics. So to let them know how to fill out the survey efficiently and to provide them with overall knowledge and information regarding disability statistics, and to share practical tips on how to fill out the disability statistics, we have prepared a briefing, a capacity building session. So it was held on September 13, and through the session, governments shared ideas, feedback, challenges, or asked questions, and we addressed the questions. If there were additional questions, they submitted it to us, and we provided them with support. And that was how we provided support regarding this survey in the second half of this year. So when the completed surveys are submitted by the first half of next year, we'll be analyzing the results and review the progress of the INCHEON strategy on the regional and national level, and put all the details to develop a report. So INCHEON strategy goals, targets, indicators, and various data and disability statistics will be utilized to draft this report. And when this This report will be used as a material, as an important strategic reference at the high-level intergovernmental meeting that will be held in the end of next year. So the high-level government officials review the INCHEON strategy and propose the next direction in disability development. So this meeting is expected to held in October 2022, but it has yet to be confirmed. The upcoming events are annual events, but this year we are going to use them as opportunities to promote the final review and encourage participation in the final review. So the survey and analytical review and upcoming events are not quite separate, but rather closely connected from a working level perspective. On December 3, International Day of Disabled Persons, we will host regional events or forums to raise awareness around disability inclusive development, and at the annual working group sessions, we will continue to announce and share about the final review process. Of course, we will also receive feedback, including various implications or recommendations required in the final review process, and by exchanging thoughts and ideas, we will encourage participation in the final review while receiving feedback as we prepare for the high-level intergovernmental meeting next year. It was not easy to put all of this detail of the past decade in one presentation, but I'd like to now end my presentation. I look forward to your questions or various opinions to gain ideas myself and to also successfully wrap up the third Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities, as well as encourage participation in the final review. Thank you.
We just heard from Ms. Kim Min-kyung from UNESCOP. So in order to build disability-related data in Asia-Pacific region and to make the right research is making tremendous effort. Thank you for that. We are going to move to the next presentation. We are going to invite One Nation Bhutan to hear about the project applications. For this, we are going to invite Jigufun Well from the Cross-National Happiness Commission.
Good day, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to present at this forum. My presentation is going to be on the title Towards the INCHEON Strategy to Ensure the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in Asia and the Pacific phase. This is the second phase, phase 2. This project is done in joint partnership between Gross National Happiness Commission under the Royal Government of Bhutan and the UNESCOP office. This is the outline of my presentation. First, I'll talk a bit about the project background, alignment with the INCHEON strategy goals and national policy for persons with disabilities, the alignment of the project, and the project results and activities. The project background. So basically, the objective of the project is to mainstream disability inclusion into social development policies and programs and strengthen the capacities of government agencies and other stakeholders, and thereby accelerating the implementation of the INCHEON strategy and the Beijing Action Plan. As I mentioned before, the projects done in partnership between UNESCOP, the Gross National Happiness Commission of the Royal Government of Bhutan, and the duration for the project is 1 year. It starts on 31st October 2021 and ends on 31st October 2022. The budget for the project is approximately $48,000. Now, this project is a critical component for the Royal Government of Bhutan. Just to give a brief background, we just formulated our National Persons for Policies with Disabilities in 2019. And that policy is focused on ensuring the rights of the persons with disabilities are met and fulfilled, and thereby enabling and empowering them to live independent and meaningful lives. And a lot of that policy, a major component, a major part of that policy is on removing various multiple barriers faced by the persons with disabilities in various areas. These include attitudinal barriers, informational barriers, economic and financial barriers, social barriers, infrastructural and environmental barriers too. And the whole policy focuses on removing these barriers in the areas of, for example, education, areas of health, areas of justice, areas of employment, areas of technical and vocational education, and also removing barriers in all existing and new infrastructure. So from this project, what we expect is first, we expect three results. First result is on mainstreaming of disability inclusion into Bhutan's social protection system, including development of its disability assessment and determination system. Result 2 is on mainstreaming of disability inclusion into Bhutan's technical and vocational education training system, its policies and programs. And the third results on mainstreaming of disability inclusion into Bhutan's employment system, policies and programs. Now, to talk a little bit about how the project contributes to the INCHEON strategy and the national policy for persons with disabilities. The project directly contributes to Goal 1 and 4 of INCHEON strategy, which is to reduce poverty and enhance work and employment prospects. And Goal 4, strengthening social protection. With respect to our own policy, it directly contributes to developing self-employment programs for persons with disabilities and taking into consideration the needs of women and girls. And statement 9.1.4, it's about introducing vocational trainings and need-based training programs for persons with disabilities, including women and girls. So the project itself broadly contributes to both the INCHEON strategy and the national policy for persons with disabilities. We have noted that a lot of persons with disabilities firstly have very limited opportunities in training and educational programs because of the various barriers described, infrastructural barriers, say informational barriers, attitudinal barriers, even financial barriers to education training programs. Then that is aggravated further by barriers to employment, where the employment prospects are very little. There are attitudinal barriers from different, say, employers not willing to employ them. They have their own attitudinal problems and not willing to work, thinking they're not good enough to work. Then, of course, the employment places. There's infrastructure problem, and then even employment trainings and policies, there's informational problem. So all these barriers and problems are faced by them, and then this gives them very little options for living meaningful, independent lives, and leads a lot of them into poverty. And then because of this situation, they are also a group that needs a lot of social protection. Social protection is critical for them. So hence, social protection mechanisms have to be developed. And now to talk a bit more on the results themselves. Result 1 is about mainstreaming of disability inclusion into Bhutan's social protection system, including development of its disability assessment and determination system. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we need to develop social protection systems in Bhutan because the persons with disability, it's critical for persons with disabilities, and because they are one of the most vulnerable. So in order to do that, first we want to develop a seminar and training module on disability inclusive social protection and disability determination and assessment. So here what we intend to do is first learn about the various forms of disability inclusive social protection from what's happening elsewhere and maybe what's happening in Bhutan, and then maybe improve it. So to actually develop social protection system for Bhutan. And then also at the same time, we also want to develop mechanisms or frameworks to firstly determine for determination of disability, And then once a person has been declared as having some disability, we also want to have a mechanism to conduct an assessment on the severity of disability. And based on that on the severe assessment of severity, we want to actually see if persons use that as a tool to determine whether people with disabilities or persons with disabilities become eligible for state support or not, or other forms of support. Then once this module is developed, we want to conduct a seminar using this module, a seminar and training. And then hopefully out of that training, policymakers, implementers become aware of what disability inclusive social protection is and what could be adopted here in Bhutan and or what can be done here. And then also build our own capacity to disability determination and assessment. Once such capacity is done, in the future we want to make our own teams and actually start doing disability determination and assessment. Now, once that seminar and module seminar is done, then we intend to develop an action plan on how we go about making disability inclusive social protection for Bhutan and disability determination and assessment. The second results on mainstream of disability inclusion into Bhutan, Bhutan's TVET systems, policies and programs. At the moment, TVET programs are not very inclusive. They have no inclusivity strategy for TVET programs to how to make it inclusive for persons with disabilities. So this is a very critical element for persons with disabilities because our education system does not give them much opportunities for further studies. So after high school, so technical vocational education training program becomes one of the alternatives that would benefit them a lot if it could be made accessible. So under this result, we want to do an assessment. First activity is to an assessment and analysis, which can be done through preliminary studies, desk review, stakeholder consultations, internal government meetings on existing TVET programs and policies. So basically, after doing that assessment and analysis, hopefully it identifies the needs of persons with disabilities with respect to TVET and what are the gaps that are there in the TVET program with respect to the needs of persons with disabilities and what are the priorities to feed into what are the priorities of persons with disabilities with respect to technical and vocational education training. And then we want to do a seminar and training workshop module, develop a module, a seminar and training workshop module on disability inclusive TVET. So we want to develop a module based on, again, best practices elsewhere and maybe even what's happening in Bhutan and how we can modify it. So we want to develop a module on disability inclusive TVET. And then we want to conduct a seminar using this module so that the participants become aware of what disability inclusive technical and vocational education is. This will, of course, include participants will include members from the government, members from outside the government, and other relevant stakeholders. Now, once that is done, then we want to combine what we learned from the assessment and analysis, and also from what we learned from the seminars and trainings and workshops on disability inclusive technical and vocational education. Then we want to document the entire thing, the processes, the outputs, the outcomes, and then hopefully this serves as a case study and prototype. So, and then in the future, it can be used for potential adaptation or replication in the future. And also if you want to scale up for next phase if needed. So next phase as in if this is something very useful and critical, and then maybe if we if we seek again another partnership in the future with UNESCAP, this could serve as a basis for that partnership. Then result 3 is on mainstreaming of disability inclusion into Bhutan's employment system, policies, and programs. So this is very similar to what we are trying to do with the technical vocational education training system, policies, and programs. So again, our own assessments have shown that employment prospects for persons with disabilities are very low. In fact, very few persons with disabilities are actually employed. And so we need to make employment, we need to ensure that employment policies and programs are made disability inclusive. So as to do that, first, again, with help from technical experts from UNESCAP, we want to do an assessment or analysis. Again, this would be through preliminary studies, desk reviews, stakeholder consultations, and governmental meetings on existing disability inclusive employment policies and programs to identify needs, gaps, and priorities to feed into a policy review and recommendations. So we'll identify gaps, priorities, needs on how to make the existing employment programs inclusive for persons with disabilities. So there'll be a review of existing policies and programs related to employment. And the second activity, and then again, of course, based on those, once we identify gaps and priorities and needs, then we'll come out with recommendations too on how to meet those needs. Then activity 2 will be about developing a seminar and training workshop module on disability inclusive employment. So we will develop a module and then where we actually train people or make them aware on what disability inclusive employment is or looks like in practice. So this module could be done based on best practices done elsewhere around the world and then contextualized to the needs of Bhutan. And then once that is done, we'll again have a final activity, activity number 4. So that activity will again, what we need to do is from the assessment analysis, we'll have some outcomes. I mean, we have identified the needs and gaps and priorities, and based on those needs, gaps, and priorities, we would have come up with recommendations. From the seminar and training too, we would have come out, the outcomes would have been some recommendations for making disability inclusive employment in Bhutan. Basically, these recommendations would be based on what is being done elsewhere and what could be adopted for Bhutan. So now these two things will be combined and finalized as one. And then for activity number 5, we will document the process, the outcomes of the assessment and analysis, the output and outcomes of the assessment and analysis, including the outputs and outcomes of the seminar and trainings. And then this will serve as a case study for us, again, like what's being done for the TVET activity, or it could also be a prototype for potential adaptation, replication, upscaling for next phase if needed. So again, if we do decide to collaborate with UNESCAP in the future, then this would serve as a basis of future collaboration with UNESCAP. So basically, this whole program is about empowering persons with disabilities and protecting them through development of firstly, determining and assessing their disability and severity of disability and certifying them as eligible for support or not. And then providing social protection through provision of government support or other forms of support. Secondly, increasing their prospects of acquiring technical and vocational and educational skills so that they can actually live meaningful, independent, and dignified lives. So that is by firstly making all TVET programs, policies, disability inclusive, and so actually doing making them disability inclusive. So hopefully once TVET programs are also made disability inclusive, then the TVET programs can be accessed by persons with disabilities, and then they could acquire the skills which make them independent. So basically, then the third one is on making sure that employment policies and programs are made disability inclusive to ensure that the prospects of employment for persons with disabilities improve. Again, that is also done by firstly looking at the existing employment policies and programs with a disability inclusive lens, trying and seeing where the gaps are, what the needs are going to be, and what are the changes that we have to make to the existing policies and programs. And accordingly, developing the capacity of government stakeholders, non-government stakeholders, and others in making or reviewing and revising and making disability inclusive employment policies. So this is expected to improve the employment prospects and opportunities of persons with disabilities. So hopefully after all this is done, we are able to make a difference in the lives of persons with disabilities by giving them good training and work opportunities and allowing them to live independent, meaningful, and dignified lives. Okay. Thank you.
네, 부탄 국민총행복위원회
So we
푼투쇼
just
왕열
heard
국장님
from
말씀 감사합니다.
Mr.
부탄에서 이제
Potential
머지않아
Wagel
직업
from
훈련과 또 사회 보호를 위한
GNATC.
사업이
So regarding
진행된다는
social
건강
protections
소식
and
전해
vocational
주셨습니다.
trainings,
말씀
various
감사합니다.
programs are ongoing
그럼
in Bhutan.
이것으로 첫 번째
So with
세션인
this, we are
UN
going
에스카
to
협력
wrap
사업
up
성과
the
발표를
first
모두
session,
마치도록 하겠습니다.
which is
온라인으로
titled
여러분께 함께
by
참여해 주고
UNESCO
계신데요.
Cody
한 분한
project.
분께 깊은
And there are
감사의
many
말씀드립니다.
participants on the online platform. I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude. And also we are collecting real-time the questions. So, well, I'd like to invite Kim Min-kyung once again. Can you hear me well?
네, 잘 들립니다.
네.
So you look
그럼
beautiful
질문
and I can see you
드리도록
well.
하겠습니다. 자, 첫 번째 질문입니다.
So the first question is,
장애 데이터 컨설팅을 진행하면서 발견하신
what were
아태
the
지역
vulnerabilities or
개발도상국의
weaknesses of
취약점이
the
있다면
developing
어떤
countries in Asia
것일까요?
Pacific you
하는
identified
질문을
during
전해주셨습니다.
consulting
답변
on
부탁드립니다.
disability data?
네. 일단은 장애 통계에 대한 사실은 인식 개선
First of all, we needed to raise the awareness around disability data. As I mentioned before, INCHEON strategy has 10 goals, and we need to collect data and information related to disability for all of the 10 goals. So these kind of data or information we only had very basic information that was collected through consensus, and so it was very difficult to collect relevant data, and it was actually a huge challenge or a restriction in implementing the INCHEON strategy. So as we conducted consultations, we found that the government agencies and experts did not have much awareness around disability data. And so the first thing that we focused on was raising awareness around disability data. Thank you very much. That was a great answer to the question. I would like to ask you a second question. So, what should be the focus in establishing disability data? In establishing disability data, we need technical capacity in establishing that data, and also it's not something that can be done by the statistics agency alone. Actually, we need the support from different ministries, such as Ministry of Health and Welfare and Ministry of Labor. And so we need support from different ministries regarding their policies and programs. And there are a lot of data accumulated through those policies and programs. And so there is a need to collaborate and share that disability data and information. That was actually also another challenge in operation terms in collecting disability data. So thank you very much for your answer on the focus in establishing disability data. Thank you for your answer.
So next we are going to ask question to Mr. Puntusho Wangwell.
Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, thank you.
So, do you think you can say something? Say hello?
Hello.
Hello. 질문 드리도록 하겠습니다.
Let us
첫
give
번째
the question.
질문입니다.
So the first question
직업기술
is,
교육 훈련의 타겟
is
장애
there any
유형이
specific
따로
type
있는지
of
궁금하다는
disability
말씀
targeted
주셨고요.
for
또
vocational
어떤
technical
기술 교육
education
훈련을
and
진행하고
training,
계신지
and what
답변
kind of technical
부탁드리겠습니다.
training
국장님.
is provided?
Okay, thank you. Good day, everybody. This program, we are not targeting any particular disability group because all groups with different disabilities are in need of support. And our aim is to ensure that the program assesses how to make the TVET programs accessible to all types of disabilities. And however, we do anticipate that we will not be able to make it inclusive and accessible to all types of disabilities right from the beginning because of the technical, financial, human, and other resource requirements. So it will be a gradual process, and gradually in the future, we do hope to make it, hope to be able to serve as many disabled groups as possible. So in the beginning, the program would, I think, cater to maybe a few groups, or a few groups of disabilities. Thank you.
네, 모든 유형의 장애
So
유형이 교육과 훈련이
actually,
필요하다
well,
이렇게
all types of
말씀해 주셨고
disability
앞으로 더
requires a
확대해
vocational
나가겠다는
training,
뜻입니다.
so that will be expanded
감사합니다.
further. Thank you so
계속해서
much.
질문 드리겠습니다.
So let me go to
UN
the second
에스캅으로부터
question.
장애 데이터
What was the
컨설팅을
lesson you
받으시면서
learned
얻게
from
되신
receiving
가장 큰
disability
부분은
data
무엇이라고 할 수
consulting from
있을까요?
UN
또 그
ASCAP,
결과
and how
본
is it
사업에
applied
적용되는
to
것도
the
있다면
project you
좀 소개해 주시기
introduced?
바랍니다. 답변 부탁드립니다.
Sorry, can you repeat your question, please?
질문을
네. Once again. UN 에스캅으로부터
What was the
장애
lesson
데이터
you learned
컨설팅을
from
받으면서
receiving
얻게 되신
disability
가장 큰
data
부분.
consulting
네.
from UN ASCAP?
그리고 그 결과로
So
실제
how
본
was
사업에
it
적용하신
applied to
사례가
the
있다면
project
말씀
you
부탁드리겠습니다.
introduced earlier?
Okay, thank you. I think with respect to what we learned from SCAP, first of all, UN SCAP is a dynamic repository of knowledge and experience and data, and its engagement with various countries allows us to tap into the collective knowledge and experience of the experts in those countries, and in addition to those at UNESCAP itself. And it also serves as a very convenient platform for us to keep ourselves updated on the latest development and best practices with respect to provision of services to persons with disabilities, particularly on the policy front. Now, with respect to this particular program, UNESCAP is going to help us build our capacity in meeting our international reporting requirements, particularly with respect to collecting and reporting data on the decade of disabilities. So UNESCAP will be helping us on the standardized data collection and reporting requirements. So this is going to be very helpful for us. Thank you.
네, 말씀 감사합니다.
Well, thank you so much. So actually, on the multifaceted aspects, the Bhutan received great support from UN ASCAP. So like this, we heard from Ms. Kim Min-kyung and Mr. Kuntusho Wang. Well, I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to two speakers. Thank you so
네,
much.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. 네. 감사합니다. 잠시 후 2시 30분부터
Starting from 2:30, we are going to move on to the second session. In the second session, we are going to have discussions about global partnership on MRR Fund project. Please stay tuned.
휴식 시간에는요.
So during the break, and well, we are going to provide the information about satisfaction survey. There is a QR code on the screen, so please go into the QR code connection and participate in survey. We are going to meet again at 2:30. Thank you.
네, 여러분은 지금 인천 전략 10년의 성과 국제
You
포럼과
are
함께 하고
watching the International
계십니다.
Forum on the
자,
Decade
이제
of
두
Incheon
번째
Strategy.
세션을 시작할
Now we
텐데요.
will open the
이번
second session of the
세션에서는
International
글로벌
Forum.
파트너십을
This
주제로 한
session, under
발표가
the theme
준비되어
Global
있습니다.
Partnership,
인천
countries
전략
will
이행
present
기금의 일환으로
on
추진됐던 국별
projects
협력 사업과
in different
글로벌
countries and
연수
global
사업의 협력국
capacity
사례
building
발표를
programs that were implemented as part
들어보시겠습니다.
of the MRR fund.
2016년부터
First, there will
2019년까지
be a
국별 협력
presentation
사업으로
on
인도네시아와 함께
Indonesia's
추진해온
project from
장애인
2016 to
자립 지원 프로젝트
2019,
성과
the
발표와
achievement of the project supporting
2019년
independent living of
피지
persons
장애
with
분야
disabilities,
공무원
and
등을
we will invite a
초청해서
government official from
한국의 장애
Fiji in the
정책을
disability
소개해드리고
unit who
또
will introduce
자국 내
Korea's
정책 마련을
disability
지원한
policy
글로벌
and the
초청
results
연수
of
성과
a global
발표가
training
준비되어
program
있습니다.
that contributed to
먼저
establishing
인도네시아
domestic
BBR
policies. So
SPPF
first, let us welcome
라티나
Ratna Putri
푸트리님의
from
장애인 자립 지원 프로젝트
BBRSPDF
성과
Indonesia,
발표부터
who will
만나보시죠.
share the achievement of the project supporting independent living of persons with disabilities.
Hello, everybody. I'm Ratna from Indonesia. I'm come from the Ministry of Social Affairs in Indonesia, and my office is BBRS PDF, or we call it National Social Rehabilitation Center, Professor Dr. Suharto Surakarta in Indonesia. Today, I will presenting to you. My presentation is about the project cooperation between Ministry of Social Affairs with the CODI in Korea. This project is improving independence living through inclusive vocational rehabilitation services for people with physical disabilities. Before I presented about the project, I will tell you about social rehabilitation in Indonesia based on Constitution number 11, year 2009. The definition of social rehabilitation is a process of refunctionalization and development to enable a person to be able to carry out his social function properly in community life. This social rehabilitation is aimed to intend to restore and develop the ability of a person experiencing social dysfunction in order to be able to carry out their social function properly. And this social rehabilitation have basic principles. The first is implemented from, by, and for the community. Second, utilizing local and potential resources. And third is involve the active role of persons with disabilities, families, community, and all stakeholders. And before we start, I will tell you about the disability problem content of 3 domains. First is come from internal, or it's come from person with disability itself. The problem is include the limitation of physique. It is also influence the psychological, social, economic, and education, and also health for for person with disabilities. And the second domain is the problem is come from family, because some of the family feel same, so the person with disability feel reject, or maybe their parents do offer protective to them and think that they are helpless and cannot do anything. And the third problem is come from community. As we know that person with disability has a problem on stigmatization from the community, and also marginalization, and they have limiting in opportunities to get rules in community, and also maybe for getting job or another. Okay. And the social rehabilitation program we call Progress 5.0 New a new platform. Its content for domain. The first is purposive social assistance. It's social purposive support for person with disabilities. And then the therapies on physical health, psychosocial, and livelihood, and social care, like social nurturing. We do it here in our institution. And then we doing family support. The project is called outreach, and one of them is family-based services. It's social rehabilitation organized in a community through the active participation of individuals, families, groups, communities, and various parties as initiators, assessors, and maintainers for the PVD's achievement. Okay, this family-based social rehabilitation characteristic, and the first is initiation come from family and or community, and family is actively involved in the process of rehabilitation, and the last, it's planned, organized, and controlled by the community. This project is aimed first to giving access to fulfillment the right of the person with disabilities. Second, expand service range. Third, facilitate and empower community and families to play an active role in fulfilling the right of person with disabilities. Four, developing community and family self-help group. Five, increase empowerment and independence of person with disabilities. Okay, this is the rehabilitation flow for family-based social rehabilitation program implementation flow. At the start, we're doing the data mapping. We mapping the data from the district region, and then we do some identification, assessment, and verification of the data. And then we doing a planning program through a case conference, which some of our profession is held a meeting, like from social worker, psychologist, doctor, and from the district, and our head of NSRV is involved in this case conference. After we have a planning program, we do some intervention. In this intervention, we doing some vocational training, we do some psychosocial training, and then we do monitoring and evaluation for our project. After that, we finish the project. Okay, and this is the activities of family-based rehabilitation, BBRSPDF, in cooperation with CODI. We held this project in 3 years. The first year is on 2017. The location is on Sewon, Bantul, Yogyakarta. And the participation is 50% with disabilities. And the result is community group business on acrylic and handicraft. Before we do some intervention, we choose the vocational training based on the local potential resources. So it will be some differences in vocational training in every place. Like in Sewon, Bantul, there is a lot of potential resources like cassava. So we do some vocational training with the cassava. We can make it acroll, and then it's easy to get cassava at there, and it's easy also to sell the product. And second, we doing handicraft. We make some puzzle at there. And the second project on 2018, the location is on Bantul, Yogyakarta. The participation is 32% with disabilities and their families. there is a difference between a project on 2017 and 2018 and 2019. In 2018, we involve family in rehabilitation because we evaluate the project before. The person with physical disabilities need the support of families to maintain their project, so they can be independent with family support. And its result, the community group business on fishery, culinary, and handicraft. Okay, and the third project on 2019, the location is on Tabanan district, Bali. The participation is 25 persons with disabilities and their families. In here, we doing vocational training on culinary, barbershop, and sewing. So this vocational training, it's not we choose, but we doing the vocational training through the identification of the local potential resources that we found in every district. So it's easy for the person to get the raw material from the district, and it's easy to sell. The marketing is also easy. Okay, this is the success story of Inclusive Vocational Rehabilitation Cooperation between Ministry Social Affairs or BBRS PDF and CODI. A joint business group in the culinary has been formed. The name is Jivaku Ekrol. It formed 2017, and until now, Jivaku Ekrol is still operating. And now they are starting marketing through online media. Okay, this is the Ekrol. It's the raw material is easy to find in Sewon, Bantul. It's from the purple cassava, so it's easy to get the raw material at there, and it's easy to sell in Yogyakarta. And next, the success story in 2018. Since the implementation of the program in 2018 in Bantul to the time, a joint business group has been established in the field of fisheries and animal boundary. In Bantul, we see a lot of potential training on fishery and animal boundary, because at there is a lot of area, a lot of water, and a lot huge area to build fishery and animal boundary. Now they have a partnership with the marketing party, so it's easy to sell the resort. So there is a cooperation between the person with disabilities who has business on fishery and animal boundary with the marketing in Bantul. Okay, so they easy to sell the result. Through this effort, there is an increase in the PVD's income every month, and of course, this increase their social and economic capacity. In 2019, the implementation of the fourth program in Tabanan, Bali had success in training people with disabilities to make various food souvenirs. Like this, we make some pumpkin stick, eat various food souvenir in Tabanan, Bali, and also some cake which easy to sell in Tabanan, Bali, because this cake they need this cake to do some ceremonial in Tabanan, Bali. So until now, they are still continuing the business and increasing their income so that their independence and social skill also increase. Okay, maybe this is the success story from 2017 and until 2019 for the corporation project between Ministry of Social Affairs, BBRS PDF with Kodi Korea. Okay, I think this is my presentation. Thank you very much. And in Indonesia, we say terima kasih.
네, 감사합니다. 라트나 푸투리님의
Thank you so
발제와
much. We
함께
just
하셨습니다.
heard from Ms.
한국과
Latina
인도네시아와의
Puturi.
협력 사업을 통해서
So actually there
직업
has been
재활
collaborations
훈련뿐만이
between
아니라
Korea and
애국노후
Indonesia
대응 프리벤트까지
regarding vocational
런칭했네요. 앞으로
rehabilitations
지속 가능한 국별
and
협력
also
사업의
to the
좋은
brand
사례가
launching
아닐까라는
of
생각을
Agro
해봤습니다.
Roll. There has been a lot
감사합니다.
of achievement. That is a
계속해서
good
두 번째
cooperation
세션,
case.
두 번째
And we
발표와
are
함께
going to move
하시겠습니다.
to
이번
the
발표는
second
피지
presentation.
여성
For
아동
this, we are going
빈곤퇴치부
to
장애인부
invite
복지사무과
the principal
살롯데
welfare
비우고토
officer
과장님께서
Salute
준비하고 계십니다.
Biugoto from Disability
2019년에
Unit,
참여하신
Ministry of
글로벌 초청
the
연수 성과에
Women,
대해서
Children
발표해
and Poverty
주시겠습니다. 함께
Alleviation,
들어보시죠.
and she is going to talk about capacity building programs.
Hola, my name is Salute Biugoto, and I'm actually the Principal Welfare Officer for the Disability Unit stationed with the Ministry of Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation in Fiji. Thank you so much, Cody, for allowing me to be part of this presentation and forum in actually sharing the impact that the training had on Fiji and our services once we returned to Fiji. My presentation outline is just giving a very brief information on Fiji, a background on Fiji. Part one is based on lessons learned from the capacity building program. Part two is on strengthening and implementing policies. Part three is on disability policies within government and how we are developing these policies for the welfare of persons with disabilities. And we will conclude with just sharing what we've programs and activities to suit Fiji. Brief background on Fiji. Fiji has more than 300 volcanoes spread across the Pacific Ocean. We have 113,595 persons with disabilities who are 3 years and above that have some form of impairments, which comes to 13.7% of the total population. We have 5 organizations of persons with disabilities and 27 disability service organizations that are registered with the National Council of Persons with Disabilities. The logos that you see is actually the logos of our organizations for persons with disabilities, or OPDs, that I will be using as we go through the presentation. Part one, straight into it, is what were some of the lessons learned from the capacity building program. Firstly, we learned from the first presentation that we had when we were there on the first day that Fiji needed to stock take and create a resource directory on disability services available in Fiji. We're happy to say that as soon as we came back within the first 3 months, we were able to complete both the resource directory and we were able to actually have a information pack that had where the service providers were, what kind of services they provided, and that was all shared with the ministry staff and shared right across all government. To be inclusive, what Fiji learned from the very beginning was that we needed to include persons with disabilities in all public sector committees. The team agreed that we needed to pilot program in 3 government departments first. We didn't want to overwhelm people too much. So we started with the National Disaster Management Office. At that time, Fiji actually went through TC Kenny, TC Sarai. And what we realized was the need to actually have a person with impairments as part of the National Planning Committee. We also encouraged Ministry of Agriculture, who asked us for the Washington group of short set of questions. So we took them through some of the learnings that we had on the Washington group, and we also provided Itoke Affairs, Ministry of Itoke Affairs, with notes from our training, and also shared with them some of the things that we learned while we were in Korea. Something, the primary, I guess the foundation for us, for if Fiji was going to be an inclusive society, was the need to have accessibility and encouraging persons with disabilities to advocate for this. So what we did was, in the first 3 months when we came back to Fiji, we actually, apart from the resource directory, we actually had a meeting with the Office of Auditor General, and with their guidance and with the guidance of the organizations for persons with disabilities, we shared the notes on what we wanted Fiji to benchmark on, which was Korea. We explained to them what we saw and the notes that we were given. What we're happy to say is that for the first time, we had a performance audit being on accessibility being tabled to Parliament, and it was widely accepted. So that is one of the achievements, I can say, one of the greatest achievements we had when we came back to Fiji. The other lessons, something I wanted to stress at this point is that when the team came over to Korea, there were some things that not many people knew about the team. Firstly, that the team was actually made up of, was a mixture of persons with disability as well as the disability unit team that actually carried out services in the 18 districts. The team itself, when we sat down to have a briefing, we actually found out that everybody had different definitions of disability. We had different interpretations of what the UNCRPD, what was expected of state departments like ours, what was our role. What we've done prior to coming to Korea is that we've been guided by the by OPDs throughout our existence as a unit in advising us on how we need to do things. And we enjoyed the trip so much because it actually gave us something solid to lean on when it came to what was the expectations for state parties. So after the training and during the training, we appreciated the fact that we could ask a lot of questions, and we could actually share the same classroom with OPDs where we were allowed to make mistakes, allowed to build on what we thought was the way to do things. Each field trip gave us an example of what we need to benchmark on. So in totality, when we came back to Fiji, there was 3 things we looked at. One was economic empowerment program for persons with disabilities needed to be re-looked at. We also looked at the need to strengthen our core department that looked after persons with disabilities. And we also looked at how can we include persons with disabilities in decision makings. So one of the things we did as we came back was we decided, okay, it's good that we have a structure, a National Council of Persons with Disabilities. However, there needed to be a clear demarcation on the roles, on the district committees, what were their roles, on the advisory committees, what were their roles, council members, what were their roles. Though we had an act, the general feeling of those that went is, okay, we have an act, but how do we implement, how do we make it meaningful? How do we make a change for persons with disabilities in Fiji? Moving to part 2 of my presentation on reviewing and implementing policies. As I said, we had existence of a structure. Just to elaborate, we had a constitution that actually advocated for reasonable accommodation. We had an act that was passed in 2018. We had an implementation plan of the act. Something we found that was lacking is the consultation with persons with disabilities, the need to include them in all of our consultations. So what we did was we trialed it first with our ministry. We put into practice some of the basics of budgeting, strategic planning that we were taught while we were in Korea. Happy to say that in 2019, 2020, there was a peak to our budget line for the ministry. We told us, okay, we're going in the right direction, but we also wanted to share with the other ministries, our core ministries that we work with, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Housing, Ministry of Economy, on how best we can be inclusive so that each ministry had a different budget line. So what we did, first of all, was we tried to secure budgets for every, for accessibility, for Ministry of Housing, who looked after housing as well as informal settlements. We also looked at the Economic Empowerment Program, where we piloted a contract between Fiji Disabled People's Federation, who is the organization for persons with disabilities, and our ministry. So they actually looked after the Economic Empowerment Program, and we had a representative from the unit that actually assisted with this. We also encouraged and advocated for inclusive sports programs in schools. So Ministry of Education was one of the sister ministries that we actually worked very closely with as soon as we arrived back in Fiji. We brought together disability service providers to provide services in one complex. What happened in Fiji when we left, we had different OPDs stationed in different places, and in some cases, they were struggling to actually continue operating. So what we did was we felt that we needed to start with them, get them to one compound, get them housed in one place. And that is what was the first order of business that we did as soon as we came back to Fiji. Part 3 of my presentation is based on policies, on disability policies government is developing for the welfare of persons with disabilities. When we came back, we piloted a caregiver service. A concept note was put together where we actually saw how caregiving was done in Korea. So what we thought is we'll practice something similar to it, but what we can do is probably make it suit Fiji's context. And that is when we piloted it at the homes, children's homes where we have children with disabilities. But at the moment we've shelved it. There's a few things that we need to work out, and maybe we'll revisit it. The other is the need to have a survey on the extra cost of disability. This is something that we saw when we were in Korea as well as when we came back. The organizations for persons with disabilities felt that this, the extra cost of disability was something that the unit needed to look at. We're currently waiting to have a survey. We have spoken with partners on conducting the survey, and the response from our partners has been positive so far. On that note, we were planning to carry out a disability-specific survey, something similar to what Samoa has done and other Pacific islands. It's just giving us a better picture where the barriers are in terms of persons with disabilities in accessing services. And lastly, we piloted the Economic Empowerment Partnership. This was something that we felt was right for us 1 year into returning to Fiji. As we are speaking, Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Fisheries have opened their doors to actually having persons with disabilities as part of their programs. I just received feedback that they've just come back from areas in Rewa, in the island of Levuka, where our clients have actually been encouraged to be part of the training and have also received assistance from government. Our new policies, one of the issues that we faced was that we felt that our existence in policy making or decision making bodies were not strong enough. So what we did was we advocated for persons with disabilities themselves to be part of committees. We began this with, we piloted it first with our ministry, our Department of Women, our Social Welfare Ministry Department, as well as we also asked national disaster, given that we returned just in time for cyclone season, whether they would be open to actually having a person with disabilities as part of the national planning office team. Interesting enough, we have now infiltrated a lot of committees. We have Human Rights Commission now has a person, woman with disabilities, that is sitting on that board. We have Legal Aid Commission, which is the largest legal fraternity that actually has a person with disabilities on their board. So we're slowly making leeway to being part of all public sector committees. One of the things that was told to us time and time again in all our lectures in Korea is the need to tailor-make activities that suits Fiji's context, and we took that back, and we actually actioned it. We took it very seriously, and we said yes, that needs to be looked at. So what we did was we piloted workshops. Our disability unit staff with organizations for person with disability staff actually came to the same table for the first time, having the same workshops, same trainings, allowing a training environment, a learning environment for all. Every time when we first ran it, we were asked very quickly from the districts, those that were part of the training in Korea, if we can actually just take it down to the 18 districts or 18 towns and cities. So that was something we did, and the feedback we've got was so positive that now our 18 districts are running on their own with their own disability committees that actually has organizations for persons with disability reps as part of the district committees. The lessons we learned, something that the unit talked about after we came back from our trips, our field trips, is the sharing of resources, how Korea was able to share resources. When we came back, this was something that was, this was an obstacle that we had to deal with because of government policies, because the way the government systems are structured. But what we're happy to share is that it may have seemed immovable at first, but as we learn, unless you keep trying and trying, we made headway. So most of our awareness that we now have as a ministry, we always include organizations for persons with disabilities to be part of the team. In doing that, we formed unknowingly the community-based inclusive development of things, where we did access audits together. We left the media advocating to persons with disabilities organizations, while we did with the negotiation with other government departments on the ground. The pictures you see is some of the activities that we've done since we returned back from Fiji. The picture from left is what we call a scoping exercise, where this was done after TC Kenny and TC Sarai, two cyclones that we faced in Fiji straight after when we returned to Fiji, where a mixed team actually went visiting. And that is how we've dealt with things here in Fiji in terms of community awareness, in terms of responses to needs. And that's how we felt that would be the way we would continue to do our cases. The pictures on the distribution of food items, this was something new to most of the disability sector, within the disability sector. Again, it was a mixed response. Many were appreciative because in sharing resources, we noticed that we could actually reach a wider range of persons with disabilities when we actually combined our resources. Promoting inclusion, we were approached by British Embassy whether we were interested in being funded for community awareness programs. in which we said yes. And they actually funded some of our programs, community outreach programs, which we had done, lessons that we had brought back from Korea. Just the way forward to conclude my presentation is on support systems. Currently here in Fiji, we have a new rehab center that's being planned. I'm told that it is sponsored by Korean government. Thank you, Korean government. Secondly is we're still looking at a warehouse for storing all of our assistive devices. Thirdly, the survey on the extra cost of disability. We're hoping that we can get that off the ground once COVID restrictions are lifted. And lastly, we were so impressed with Korea's accreditation process for compliance to accessibility. We are hoping that we can come up with one for Fiji as well. Thank you.
네, 살로테 비우코토 과장님 발제
Thank
감사합니다.
you.
잘 들었습니다.
Salute
한국장애인개발원의 초청 연수
Officer
사업을
of the
통해서
Disability
희재
Unit for
장애
sharing your
정책을
experience with
진단해보고
CODI training
또
program to
예산 확보를
diagnose
위한
disability
첫걸음을
policies
시작했다는
and
것
taking the first step
상당히
in
긍정적이지
ensuring
않나라는
budget
생각을
is
해봅니다.
very welcoming news.
네, 인천 전략 10년의 성과 국제 포럼
So
여러분의 적극적인 참여로
thank you very
진행되고
much for
있습니다.
taking part
두
in
번째
the
세션을
international
마무리하기
forum.
전에 두
And
분
before
발표를
we
주신
wrap up
발제해
the
주신 두 분을
second
모시고
session,
여러분께서
we'd like to
실시간으로
invite our two
보내주시는
speakers
질문에
and ask
답변을
questions our
해드리는 시간을
participants have
갖겠습니다.
sent us.
Ms. Latna Putri, can you
First,
hear me?
these are questions for
Yes,
Ratna
I was
Putri.
wondering if you could say hello to our online audiences to check our network. Thank you.
Okay.
네. We have some questions for you. 자, 첫 번째 질문 드리겠습니다.
Okay.
인도네시아에서 직업훈련에 참여한
In
장애인들의
Indonesia,
만족도는 어느
what was the level of
정도인지
satisfaction
질문을
of people with
주셨습니다.
disabilities
혹시
who've
개선이
taken
필요하다면
part in
어떤
the
부분이
training program
개선돼야 할까요?
in your
답변
project,
부탁드리겠습니다.
and what are things that need more improvement in the future?
Okay, thank you for the question. The level of satisfaction in our project, we already done some survey after the vocational training, and we found that it's reach a high level of satisfaction. We got 3.9 from 4. The highest level is 4 and we got 3.9. So the participation of the project is very satisfied with the project and got a lot of beneficial a lot of benefit from the project. And I think from the next project we will look forward from next location because Indonesia is a large country. It's come from a lot of islands. So we to the next project we will search for another location that that need vocational training for disabilities person, and we can do the some project which include family and also citizen in that future project.
네, 구체적인 사례에 대해서 소개해
Thank you
주셨습니다.
very much for your answer.
다음 질문 드리겠습니다.
My next
향후
question.
인도네시아 장애인 고용을 위해서 발전해야 한다라고
What must be
생각하시는
further
부분은 어떤
developed to
부분일까요?
ensure
부탁드립니다.
employment of people with disabilities in Indonesia?
Could you repeat it?
네, 앞으로 인도네시아 장애인의
So in the
고용을
future,
위해서 발전해야
to
될
further
부분이 있다면 어떤
develop
것인지
to ensure
말씀
employment of
부탁드리겠습니다.
people with disabilities in Indonesia, what do you think we need?
Okay. To support the support the independence of people with disabilities in Indonesia. We already done a vocational training, but something we need for the future, I think it's about a large opportunity to get involved in government government area, and so they can play a role in social life. Not also they can independence and done doing everything for their life, but also they can play roles in social life. And maybe for the person with disabilities who has very severe disabilities, we need some mobility equipment for they can mobility from one location to another location. So I think we still need to continue these activities, cooperation with the CODI and also with MOSA, so we can help another maybe vocational training or family-based training and community-based training for the person with disabilities in Indonesia.
네, 말씀 감사합니다. 직업
Thank you
훈련
very much for your
프로그램이 끝을
answer.
키우기 위해서는 더 많은
For
가치 또
us
기회가 제공이
to
돼야
bring
한다.
more
함께
achievement in the
노력하고 또
projects, we
활동이
need to
따라줘야
make more
된다라는
efforts
말씀
and
주셨습니다.
continue to
답변
implement
감사합니다.
various activities. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you for your remarkable speech. Yeah, if you can hear me loud and clear, do you think you can wave your hand to our audiences? Thank you. 감사합니다. 첫 번째 질문 드리겠습니다.
So let me ask the first question.
네, 개도국 장애인 지원
So
사업을 하실
actually,
때
when you are doing the
네.
programs for disabled people,
Can you say something? So we can't hear you.
Check.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll keep going. 네, 개도국 장애인
so
지원 사업을
actually,
할 때
when provide
장애인
the
당사자
programs to
가족들의
support the
협조를
disabled
끌어내는
people,
방법
it is very important to receive support from family members of the people with a disability. What is the way to earn those support?
Thank you very much for the question. For our programs, because Fiji is still very cultural, what we looked at was if we were going to get our programs off the ground and ensure that it's sustainable, we wanted to also include the caregivers who were mostly family members. Without their support, I believe that most of our programs would not have gotten off the ground. What we also noted was that if it was an extended family setup, like we have here in Fiji, we needed to get family members to understand what the disability was or is. How can we support them? So our economic empowerment program, this was one of the takeaways we had from CODI when we came back. We always included a member of the family to actually accompany them when we actually carried out trainings. So in all our programs, whether it be the social protection program or the economic empowerment program, we always included family members for all, whether it was a celebration, whether it be a consultation. For us, that was the backbone of our program. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you so much. So whenever there is an event such as a celebration, it is important to invite the family members. So that was a great answer. Thank you so much.
네, 감사합니다. 두 번째 세션의
So,
발표와 질문
like
성의있게 응답해
this,
주신 두
and
분께
we had
감사의
two
말씀드립니다.
presentations
Thank you
and
for
Q&A
your
session.
time. Thank you. 네.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. 네, 잠시 후에 저희가 다시 인사를
So
드릴
in
텐데요.
a few
시간을
minutes,
한번
we are
저희가
going
체크해 볼수
to come
있을까요?
back for the next session. So let me check the time now.
저희가 3시 25분에 여러분들 다시 찾아뵐
So
텐데요. 세
at
번째 세션에서는
3:25, we are going
포스트
to
인천
resume
전략의
the
지속
third
가능한
session.
발전
In the
방안을
third
주제로
session, we are
해서
going to have a
발표
panel
및
discussions
패널
regarding towards
토론이
post
이루어질
Incheon
예정입니다.
strategy.
여러분
We are going to
끝까지 함께해
invite the
주시기
panelists
바랍니다.
for this, and I'd
잠시
like to ask
쉬시는
every one
동안에는
of you
화면을
to be with us
통해서
today
다시
until
한번
the last moment.
이벤트 안내창이
During the
뜰
break,
텐데요.
please
내용
do
계속해서 확인해
participate
주시고요.
in the
적극적으로
satisfaction
끝까지
in this
참여해 주시기
survey.
바랍니다.
Thank you
잠시
so
후 3시
much. We
25분에
are
다시
going to meet
인사드리겠습니다.
again at 3:25. So we are having international forum on a decade of INCHEON strategy, and this is the last session of today's forum. In this last session, we are going to have panel discussions regarding towards post-INCHEON strategy. For this, we are going to have presentations and panel discussions. For the moderation, we are going to invite Chairperson Woo Jun from Save the Children. Chairman Woo Jun served as the ambassador to Singapore from 2010 to 2013, and he also served as a member of the Korean Committee of the World Economic Forum. He served as ambassador to the United Nations from 2013 to 2016, and chair the United Nations, the Economic and Social Council, and Conference of the Parties to the World Convention on Rights of Peoples with Disability. In February 2018, he served as Goodwill Ambassador for Pyeongchang, the Paralympics, and since 2017, he is working as a chair professor at Graduate School of Peace and Welfare of Gyeonggi University. So let's invite Mr. Woo Jun. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big hands. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Woo Jun from Save the Children, as introduced. Now we are going to start the session 3 of today's forum. We are having international forum on a decade of INCHEON strategy. We are going to look back the past 10 years, and we are going to look forward the next 10 years ahead of us. And this occasion is very meaningful, so taking this opportunity, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to Ministry of Health and Welfare and the Korea Disabled People's Development Institute and KOICA. Today, in this session, we are going to have discussions about the world's post-INCHEON strategy. We are going to have two presentations and panel discussions. Starting from 2013 to 2022, so we have the third INCHEON strategy. So for the last 10 years, and actually there has been great programs and projects under this strategy, and there is only 1 year to go to conclude this third strategy. So many people, including those who are joining with us in this place, made a great effort. In the year 2018, we had the midterm evaluation in Beijing, China. I myself participated in the discussion, and also some of these panelists joined in the discussions. So time passed very quickly. So we have only 1 more year to the closure of this strategy. So last year we had the COVID-19, and still this year. So when it comes to the implementations to achieve the targets of global the agreements, and we had great the difficulties and challenges. And situation is the same regarding persons with disability. Persons with disability are vulnerable people in our society. That's why there have been the negative impact on that as well. And we are broadcasting this on the YouTube channel, so we are going to collect the questions from the channel as well. So let me introduce speakers and panelists. From CODI, from the Research and Development Team, we have Ms. Lee Hae-kyung. And from Gyeonggi Graduate University, we have Professor Park Jae-sung as a presenter. So we have two presenters, Ms. Lee Hae-kyung and Park Jae-sung. And we have 3 panelists. We have Mr. Kim Dong-ho, the chairman of Korea Differently Abled Federation. And also we have Mr. Kim Sun-ho from Strategy and Planning Department of KODI. Last but not least, we have Mr. Son Sung-il from KOICA. He's a director of development strategy. First, we're going to have 2 presentations, and each presentation will last for about 15 to maximum 20 minutes, and 7 minutes will be allocated for discussions. First, we are going to invite Ms. Lee Hae-kyung.
As introduced, I'm from KODI. My name is Lee Hae-kyung. First of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to have this opportunity to present to you. KODI, as a strategy, the Secretariat of INCHEON Strategy, has done a lot of roles, and I've focused on a lot of research, and I would like to talk to you about the 10 years of achievement and the future direction as a researcher of this field. I don't have much time for this presentation, so I'd like to wrap this up within 20 minutes. So today I'd like to focus my talk around the overview of INCHEON strategy, strategy goals, and policies for INCHEON strategy, achievement of INCHEON strategy, and future tasks. There are a lot more experts and researchers who are much more well-versed with this topic, and so I feel a little bit nervous, but I would like to talk to you about the research that we've conducted regarding the INCHEON strategy, and especially with the implementation progress that was pursued in Korea. So, as you all know, INCHEON strategy has been mentioned a lot of the time today and has been explained. So, since UNCRPD was announced, and especially many people started to become aware of the challenges and difficulties that people with disability face in the Asia-Pacific region, we have started to implement the INCHEON strategy. So, it was declared in INCHEON Seongdo, and it was adopted back then. And every 3 years, there has to be a report on the implementation status of the progress, and there was also a midterm review, and it seems in those reviews that Korea is not too much further behind in the progress of INCHEON strategy and its implementation, but I would like to talk about how we made progress, and I think we need to make time to reflect back on our achievements and our progress. So I'm sure you already know, but we have 10 goals in the INCHEON strategy. And I would like to mention each of the different goals. INCHEON strategy was implemented in Korea, and we have about a year left before we end the INCHEON strategy. So we need to contemplate on the progresses that we have made, and actually there were many laws and regulations regarding disability and people with disabilities starting 1970s. So it doesn't mean that we don't have laws or regulations. We have been pursuing various policies and programs for people with disabilities since the 1970s, but INCHEON strategy is more connected to the CRPD and various mechanisms and action plans. And we have the responsibility to lead the INCHEON strategy as a leader of the INCHEON strategy. So we had to develop action plan. We were also subject to various reviews, and we established roadmaps, and we conducted a lot of research. And domestically and internationally, we collected information and established plans to implement the INCHEON strategy. But it hasn't been much well known in the past. I think we have faced that limitation. And ESCAP member states pursued INCHEON strategy together to protect the rights of people with disabilities. So they raised many suggestions, recommendations to UNESCAP. So regarding disability policies, we have a comprehensive goal regarding disabilities. And in 2013, when the INCHEON strategy was implemented, the 4th comprehensive policy plan for people with disabilities have been implemented, and now we are carrying out the 5th comprehensive plan. So starting 2012, we've prepared for the 4th plan, and the fifth plan began in 2018. So when we consider this, even when we established the 2013 fourth comprehensive plan, we reflected a lot of the INCHEON strategy and its detail in the plan. So these are the efforts that have been made by the Korean government to connect a lot of our plans with the INCHEON strategy.
그리고 이뿐만 아니라 이제 장애인 권리 협약 그리고 SDG와 관련된서 연관성도 높다라고
We also have high correlation with CRPD and SDGs. So the INCHEON strategy is based on the CRPD. So obviously, inevitably, it is closely connected with CRPD. And as you know, regarding SDGs, there are many goals regarding people with disabilities. And so our 10 INCHEON strategy goals are connected to SDGs as well. So there are 10 goals, and I would like to touch on the different 10 goals. I'm sure you've already seen all of these graphs, but this explains the connection to CRPD and SDG to INCHEON strategy. It also is connected to the fifth comprehensive policy plan and the fourth comprehensive policy plan for PWDs. So I think you can just look at these for reference. So now I would like to talk about the achievements of the INCHEON strategy. As I mentioned before, like Kim Min-kyung mentioned before, we partner with various organizations and implement various international efforts. But I would also like to look at the domestic progress and achievement regarding INCHEON strategy. So that will be my presentation focus for today. So it was implemented in 2018, and this research was conducted in 2018. It looked into the implementation and the progress of INCHEON strategy. We looked at the purpose, subject, target, content to see the progress of the implementation. So this is regarding Goal 1, regarding eliminating extreme poverty among PWDs. So there are 3 different sub-targets, and compared to 2013, we have registered much more people with disabilities. So there are increase of registered people with disabilities in the amount of 13,000, and there are a lot of people with disabilities under the poverty line in Korea, but in 2013, there were 240,000 people with disabilities receiving pension, disability pension, but this number has continued to increase since then. So we compare the income of people with disabilities, saying that their income is only about 60% of people without disabilities. So we compare that statistics as well. And when we look at Korea's circumstances regarding people with disabilities and poverty, when this INCHEON strategy was implemented in 2013, the disability pension was 200,000, but since then it has been increased to more than 300,000 Korean won. So this is one of the achievements through the INCHEON strategy. It says here that we abolished the family support obligations. It hasn't been completely abolished, but we have announced that we plan to abolish it, and it has been eliminated and relaxed much more than before. And so this provides the support for people with disabilities, and the government has announced that it will completely abolish family support obligations for people with disabilities. And regarding minimum wage, the income level of people with disabilities is less than the minimum income level, and they are considered as employers even if they receive lower level than the minimum wage income level. And so this is something that we need to further improve because it has not been improved until now. So there are a lot of different programs and detailed programs to implement the different targets. So I'd like to briefly explain just a few of them. There is one on extending and expanding vocational training centers for people with disabilities. And it has been about 20 years since we made it mandatory for companies to hire people with disabilities for 2% of the total employee, and it is continuously expanding. So we are seeing improvements in that area. And in the midterm for ESCAP, as we submitted the report to ESCAP, I saw that the third target in the Goal 1 has not been submitted to UN ESCAP, and this program is regarding sustainable programs for employment of people with disabilities by organizations like Korea Employment Agency for People with Disabilities and CODI. So there has been few challenges, but we are expanding vocational programs for people with disabilities. Goal 2 is about ensuring that people with disabilities are represented in government and decision-making bodies. And in many countries, there are challenges for people with disabilities to take part in the government decision-making bodies. And as you can see here, it is actually quite insufficient in Korea as well. And in various elections that were held since the INCHEON strategy, we have continued to raise our voice, and there is increasing demand for political rights of people with disabilities. And so in 2022, there will be the presidential election and local election, and I believe that we will need to establish reasonable accommodation for them to vote. Next is about increasing accessibility for physical environment. And we have established the barrier-free certification system. However, only 67% of the government buildings are currently accessible right now. And we are also establishing a comprehensive plan to bridge the information gap and a national comprehensive plan to enhance reasonable accommodation. Also, in 2017, we've established a plan to increase accessibility to public transportation, and we are increasing accessibility to assistive devices. So we have enacted a Disability Assistive Device Act in 2016, and it has been implemented since then. Next is on Goal 4, and we have designated and operated disability-friendly health checkup institutions and also regional rehabilitation hospitals for people with disabilities. And so we are in the process of expanding medical and health services to people with disabilities. And also we are expanding social protection programs, especially community care. And regarding support for activities, we have reformed the Labor Standards Act, and the number of people with disabilities who use personal care assistance have doubled since 2018. And they can use up to 456 hours for personal care assistance, and I think there has been some improvements made in this area, but some say that we still need to make more improvement, but overall the budget and the number of people using the service has increased overall. So goal 5 is about early detection of children with disabilities. And since the INCHEON strategy, we've improved educational conditions for people with disabilities. We have more special schools. We have more specialized teachers. Next is goal 6 regarding equal opportunities for girls and women with disabilities. And I believe that we don't have much achievement in this area. There are still more discrimination against women with disabilities compared to men with disabilities, and so we are making efforts and activities to improve the situation, but we saw that there are still many restrictions for women with disabilities compared to men. Next is goal 7 on disability inclusive disaster reduction. And I understand this is another area where we couldn't submit a report on, but currently we've established a disaster-related plan for people with disability, and we've also created and distributed COVID-19 related manuals for people with disabilities. Next is goal 8 on producing and establishing disability statistics. So we've established a statistics-based database, and we have pursued various projects internationally and also on a national level. And we have added a special clause for people with disabilities with restricted activity in the 2020 population and housing census. Goal 9 is about ratifying CRPD, and we are in the process of ratifying optional protocol, and we have announced a plan on ratifying the optional protocol. So before 2022, we are going to support the process to ratify the optional protocol. And based on these achievements, I would like to talk about our future steps. So in 2018, when we conducted the midterm review, the Ministry of Health and Welfare established plans for each goal of the INCHEON strategy in accordance with the National Action Plan for the implementation of the INCHEON strategy in the second half of this year. And so in 2019, the Disability Policy Coordination Committee discuss this agenda and raise interest of relevant ministries and promote the implementation of the INCHEON strategy. However, the government awareness of people with disabilities is quite low, and so we continued efforts to promote INCHEON strategy and requested their collaboration and cooperation regarding implementation. And so I believe that we have raised awareness. And now, during the remaining time, it's less than a year, so as mentioned before in the presentation, we've already distributed survey for the final evaluation, and so we've also received the survey, and now it's time for us to fill out the survey. And so during the remaining time, we need to think about ways to evaluate it and effectively implement the INCHEON strategy. And we've made a lot of discussions and raised our opinions, but there's still more room to improve. And I think that during the remaining time, I think we need to identify core goals that we can improve more on. It doesn't mean that this project will come to an end completely when the INCHEON strategy is completed, and so I think we need to make continuous efforts to continue on the effort of the INCHEON strategy. And we will need to confirm and monitor the progress regarding policies on people with disabilities. And public organizations must work with the government, but also work with the private sector to develop and identify projects that can be sustainable in implementing the core principles of the INCHEON strategy. We will also need to build capacity of the private sector to prepare for the post-INCHEON strategy phase. I think it is now time to prepare for the post-INCHEON strategy, and The private sector and many people with disability organizations are making efforts. They have programs and activities trying to serve more opportunities to prepare for the post-Incheon strategy. And so by working with the government and the private sector, I think we need to prepare for the post-Incheon strategy. I sped up the last part to make it within the 20-minute presentation, but if you have any more questions, I'll answer them during the Q&A session. Thank you.
So we just heard from Ms. Lee Hae-kyung regarding achievement of INCHEON strategy. She shared a very timely presentation, and she was on time, so thank you for that. For the next presentation, we are going to invite Professor Kwak Jae-sung. He is going to share information about evaluation of MRR Fund project and disability inclusive programs. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kwak Jae-sung, as introduced. So Ms. Lee Hae-kyung shared the achievement of INCHEON strategy. So the contents is about the programs implemented in Korea. But in my presentation, I'd like to share the achievement of INCHEON strategy from the perspective of ODA. So actually, we established MRR Fund. So by the year 2022, we are going to implement those fund project. So in the year 2020, we carried out evaluation about the fund project. So some of the evaluated projects were presented by earlier speakers. So I myself had a great opportunity to have a better understanding about the project and have updated information. So this the forum was a great opportunity indeed. So today in my presentation, I'm going to share information about how we can evaluate MRR Fund project. And we have another 10 years ahead of us, so how we can continue our momentum, that will be another topic of my presentation. Regarding INCHEON strategy, we had the discussions already, so let me skip that. I'd like to focus on MRR Fund project. Well, I skipped a few informations about MRR because I expected other speakers will mention that one, but it was not, so let me give some information. So the establishment of MRR Fund is a lot different. Starting from 2013, about 500 million, and the support was provided by Ministry of Health and Welfare that was planned to implement it in the 10 years. So about 50% of the fund is implemented for the internal programs, and for the other remaining budgets that can be used for the human resource development and other project. So earlier that the budget implementation that was done by Ministry of Health and Welfare, but that has been shifted to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So KOICA becomes the main organizations, and the budget side has been increased from 500 million won to 700 million won. So, well, there has been some changes for the last few years. So compared to other ODA, the implementation is a lot different. Actually, there are more challenging situations regarding MRR Fund project. Because there are great challenges, Korea have the difficulties, have challenging situations, but well, today we have various programs anyhow supported by MRR Fund. I can surely say the effectiveness and appropriateness of MRR, the fund project, are great. So it is crucial to have the continuous momentum. So in my presentation, I'd like to make a few suggestions. Centering on Asia Pacific region, collaboration is done. So the most of the budget allocation is done in Asian countries. So that is another unique characteristics of this MRR Fund project. You can see a few the project. One of the most distinguished project is Disability Statistics Project done by UNESCO. And well, together with the receiving countries, many projects have been implemented regarding statistics. This year, the ASCAP also have separate evaluations. So the evaluations done by ourselves and other the evaluation by UNESCO can be combined, so we can have a better understanding about the effectiveness of this project. Another project is about installation of ASCAP Accessibility Center, and about 1/4 of the budget was allocated for the mid and the long-term project in Indonesia, the Mongolia, and Laos. In those countries, the well inclusive the project have been implemented, and the Indonesia actually introduced its own cases. Various projects has been implemented in order to meet the purpose of INCHEON this strategy. Based on that, the disability networks can be increased and promoted. So it is crucial to invite the disability-related organizations so we can hear their own voices. We can have a better understanding about the actual field, the situations. The COICA have different approaches, but we have this field-based approach. So we have well, great opportunity to receive the interesting idea from civic groups. The VODA, the international the volunteering group, was organized and dispatched, but due to COVID-19 pandemic situation, the program has been well withdrawn in most of the countries. Korea has a lot of advanced the disability inclusive programs and policies, and those could be shared with other countries. Previously, we had exchange programs, but due to COVID-19 pandemic situation, the training and exchange programs has been reduced greatly. So that was the PT situation. But anyhow, but before COVID-19, there many people participated in capacity building programs, had a great lesson, and they introduced advanced cases to their own countries. And also awareness, the enhancing program was another example. And now I'd like to share some information about purpose and range of the study and detail of implementation method and evaluation method. Well, when we have an evaluation, we have some challenges because we do not only evaluate one single project and one single programs. Under one single project, there are various approaches and various models. And this is also the evaluation that has been carried out in the interim the process. So now we have a mid-term evaluation. So those give some the difficulties, but still, this will be meaningful to get us some glimpse about the effectiveness of these programs. So from the perspective of the experts and the evaluators, they might have some questions in their mind, but this is a unique characteristics of this project. So the preceding study was done, and also analysis and evaluation of the current status were carried out, and suggestions was made in order to give directions for mid and long-term developments. So these are the evaluations, and there are the 6 different evaluation criteria presented by the OECD. So here you can see the 6 different aspects: the relevance and efficiency, effectiveness and sustainability, and the coherence. And also the impact will be the recognized the at the end of the project. So out of 6 criteria, we mainly focus on 5 the criteria because we are not reaching the end of a project yet. So by having these evaluations, we can get a better idea about the level of implementations and level of effectiveness of those projects. And you can see the DAC criteria and other details in this slide. So first one is about statistical project done by UNESCO. The statistics capability can be all different in each country, and it's difficult to have strengthen the statistical capability overnight. But during the period, the consultation and the service provided to 17 countries. So for the first time in Korean, the policy which is related to persons with disability, and we had the first experience to be engaged in this statistics the project. So that is the significance of this project. But that was a one-time program, so there were some limitations to encourage participation of receiving countries. So it is necessary to expand the horizon of this program down the road. And the UNESCO fully understand the importance of this project. So the bearing and the importance of the statistics in the mind, UNESCO will expand such programs in the future. It is crucial to have the correct information, and based on that, correct statistics can be secured, so the necessary policies and programs can be introduced based on that. The barrier-free the strategies regarding informations and other transportations, and regarding that, there has been great contribution as well. So next, let me jump into the cooperation project. There are 4 different projects. So one is the Laos, Mongolia, Indonesia, and Myanmar. So there are 4 different projects, and very quickly, I'd like to go through those cooperation projects. And while there has been capacity building programs, the experts from Asia Pacific countries have been invited. In the short term, there has been some effectiveness, but when it comes to long term, it is difficult to get the exact gauge of this effectiveness. There has been some positive impact on multi-aspect. We can have the participation, the data, and also implementation data, and the relevance of the program can be evaluated as well. And about 90% of the participants from the people with a disability. So regarding the engagement and the participations of the people with a disability, these projects are very meaningful. So I hope that after the COVID-19 pandemic situation, these programs can be expanded further. And also there have been the positive and significant and the outcomes as well. So we could have a disability inclusive program. So that is a great the meaning of this project. So it had a positive impact in order to lay the foundation in order to have disability inclusive programs. The relevance and also the effectiveness are great, but regarding performance management, there have been some lacking aspects. Still, we should wait and see in order to get our ideas about the the outcomes. But anyhow, though we have some positive outcomes, so it is important to have the further the measures. And here you can see the evaluations and the excellent and the good and the poor. You can see the evaluation, the categories. capacity building programs received good evaluations. Regarding corporations, also positive the feedback was received. And regarding coherence, all the project received good the evaluations. But regarding impact and sustainability in some projects and programs, it is the difficult and somewhat impossible to get an idea. So in the year 2022, this MRR, the fund project will come to an end, so there will be the further evaluations. And also after 2 or 3 years' time, after the closure of this program, there should be another evaluation so we can get ideas about impact and sustainability of these programs. So these are the evaluation results. You can see relevance, effectiveness, efficacy, impact, sustainability, and coherence. The efficiency is rather unique. So PMC was not hired. So in direct manner, the UNSCAP and the CODI carried out programs. So based on that, the pretty high, the efficiency has been secured. And also the indirect cost was a bit high, but that was the distortion regarding statistics. But anyhow, the efficiency was pretty high. The KOICA gives the project in the outsourcing the manner. In that way, more budget will be required. That is a way of the work in the KOICA. In that aspect, efficiency can be rather low, but in this the project we are mentioning, all the programs and the project are done by CODI and UNSCAP. There are capable staff members in CODI, so efficiency are pretty high. But sometimes that gives the burnout to the staff members of CODI. So if necessary, some part can be outsourced, like a COICA. I'm going to mention that later in my presentation. That there are many programs which can enhance the sustainabilities, the impact, and regarding coherence, there has been pretty good feedback and the evaluations. This is the last part of my presentation, and now I'd like to share some information about portfolio type strategic management of a fund project and process improvement plans and strategy to improve added values. So out of the 10 and the goals, a few the priorities can be selected. So the goal number 1, 3, and 5, they can be the candidate, the goals. And also it is important to have a connection with SDG and CRPD. Already we have a quite a close the connection, so there is no big difficulties. Here you can see the two-track approaches. So twin-track approach means, in one approaches, we can focus on the disability focus project. In other tracks, and we can have other targeting approaches as well. I believe 2 approaches are required. And due to COVID-19 situation, it is difficult to secure diverges. So there are many people with disabilities who are not receiving proper support. So what I want to argue is the approaches should be in place. And the selection of strategic countries and systematic knowledge sharing programs should be implemented as well. So regarding the level of vulnerability, each country is the different situation. So the countries with a high level of vulnerability can be selected first so that they can receive the priorities. And as I said, all these programs and projects are directly implemented by CODI and UNSCAP. So the knowledge sharing programs can be done. Some programs for the people who can benefit from these programs, and another the effort can be made in order to enhance efficiency and effectiveness. So this can be done in the form of consultations to other countries. The PMCD approaches can be one option, and also the CODI-led approach can be implemented as well. This gives a great the impact regarding budget management, so it is important to have a smart decisions. And the separate team to evaluate the performance and the other achievement should be invited. This is the last part of my presentation. It is crucial to have the added values, and it is crucial to have the scaled programs as well. In the ODA, the programs for people with a disability does not take a big portion. As I said, 500 million won and 700 million won are allocated, but compared to other projects, that amount is relatively small. But still, when you see other Asia Pacific countries, there is no the country that have the such amount of budgets. So given that, Korea can continue its leadership regarding these programs for persons with disability, and based on close collaboration of UNESCO, the effectiveness and efficiency can be enhanced further, and also the health the sector, education sector, and those are the related these sectors, and the Ministry of Health and Welfare, Ministry of Education, and KOICA can be possible the candidate organizations, and we can cooperate with. So the collaboration strategies can be introduced. And UNESCOP has the accessibility this center. By utilizing this center, disability inclusive education can be provided, and also the awareness and the raising programs can be provided. And this center can be utilized as a kind of the showrooms for the assistive device for persons with a disability. And in order to provide increasing number of assistive devices, these programs can make effort. So the companies that produce that one can receive a benefit as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kwak Jae-sung, for your great presentation to explain the program, and thank you for sticking to the limited time as well. So now we are going to begin our panel discussion. We have three different panelists today. First, we have Chairman Kim Dong-ho. Chairman Kim actually has actually worked at UNESCOP before the officer Kim Min-kyung worked at UNESCOP. And when we talk about the INCHEON strategy, it's very difficult to not talk of UNESCOP effort. And so let's hear from Chairman Kim Dong-ho. Good afternoon. I'll begin right away. I'm very pleased to meet you all. As introduced and as you explained, in implementing our INCHEON strategy, I was part of that project in implementing the strategy, and I would like to talk about and reflect on the achievements of the INCHEON strategy, and also discuss future plans and the direction forward. I believe that this is a meaningful occasion, and I'm honored to have this opportunity to speak in front of you. Now we have only 1 year left, and we are in the process of wrapping up the INCHEON strategy, and so it's very important that we look at the final review and deliver positive messages. Today, what I would like to talk about is the meaning and significance of INCHEON strategy. I would like to look back on the meaning of INCHEON strategy. And there was the first decade and the second decade declarations, and we've reflected the learnings and lessons from the two decades in establishing the INCHEON strategy. And so there are specific features and nature of the INCHEON strategy because of the way that it was established. So I would like to talk about that and also speak of post-INCHEON strategy. And so I would like to introduce a few of the midterm review of the INCHEON strategy and speak of the vision of the INCHEON strategy. So the INCHEON strategy, as mentioned by previous presenters and speakers, have various meanings and significance. First is that it is the first ever evidence-based regional strategy. Evidence-based means that it tracks the specific data and information to see whether or not the INCHEON strategy is implemented well. And so there were 61 indicators, 41 core indicators, and 21 supplementary indicators. And so we track all of these indicators to see and monitor whether the strategy is being implemented well. So we have to review and prove the progress of the implementation of the strategy. So the INCHEON strategy was implemented in 2013 after being adopted the year before, and this was when the UNCRPD was officially implemented and enacted. And in 2012, when it was first declared, 27 countries in Asia-Pacific region ratified the CRPD, and after 5 years, it increased to 60% to 43 countries ratifying the UNCRPD. So the INCHEON strategy contributed to ratifying the UNCRPD, and it has significance in the fact that it was a regional strategy. In Korea, there weren't a lot of achievements regarding international cooperation programs. And I think it was 2019 when we became one of the donor countries of OECD, and we enacted a law related to that to provide international aid. And especially in the field of disability and international cooperation, we didn't have a lot of accomplishments or progress. And since the INCHEON strategy, we've actually elevated the national status of pursuing various programs in international cooperation. And so that was another meaning of INCHEON strategy. So in 2017, when the UN SGAP implemented the midterm review, as mentioned before, it looked at 41 core indicators among the 61 indicators, and the UN SGAP distributed surveys to member states to collect information on these indicators. So my presentation is actually not uploaded to the YouTube screen right now, but there are 62 member states of UN SGAP, and only 35 member states submitted with response. And there were 30 different indicators that the countries needed to submit, but the 35 countries only submitted an average of 15 indicators. And so when we look at this, we can see that the disability data in the Asia-Pacific region is underdeveloped and not well established. So even out of the countries that submitted the data, There were some who didn't submit data regarding poverty or vocational training, also gender equality and representation in government, and accessibility to government, accessibility to media, accessibility to public websites and documents, the use and the percentage of using people with disabilities using assistive devices, data on early intervention of children with disabilities, and the percentage of women with disabilities in the National Assembly, share of women with disabilities in the health service and access to service, and whether or not countries implement disaster-related training for people with disabilities. And these are some of the areas and the indicators that were not submitted during the review, and it shows that these areas must be our focus because it currently lacks data. Also, we need to understand the occurrence rates of people with disabilities. And because not all of the countries submitted all of this survey, we took a look at the indirect research in this field, and we saw that New Zealand reported that there are 24% of the population are people with disabilities, and Brunei reported that it had 1.1% of people with disabilities, and it shows that because there's a gap in the difference of the number of people with disabilities, it shows that there's a lack of statistics around disability status, statistics and data. And on average, it shows that there are only 5% of people with disabilities in the Asia-Pacific region, which is much less than the average level set by the WHO, which is 15%. So it shows that we cannot identify the proportion and percentage of people with disabilities in the Asia-Pacific region. So when we consider this circumstances, we need to think about what efforts we can make. So we need to focus on areas of income security, employment, and health, and the inclusion of disability issues in the national statistics systems is required in these areas. And we also need strategic support to accessibility fields. And now we need to think about how we're going to establish a post-INCHEON strategy, and we need to set the direction to further strengthen projects for establishing disability statistics. So we need to continue to establish organizations with international organizations to monitor data related to disability, and the SDGs is being implemented across the world, and SDG also monitors the progress by monitoring indicators. And so I believe, considering that, we need to continue to establish disability data around implementing the strategy and SDG, and we need to accelerate focused support in the area of disability. There were many shortfalls in implementing the INCHEON strategy, but we need to reflect back on the achievements that we've made and the progress. And I think an idea could be establishing an international disability training institute. And based on the results, we have established a center called Asia-Pacific Disability Center to train experts and policymakers and distribute information and data related to disability. So this is one of my suggestions, an idea that I would like to present to you today. Thank you very much.
We just heard from Mr. Kim Dong-ho. Thank you for that. So the establishment of a training and education center was suggested. Thank you for the valuable suggestion. What will follow is the comment by Mr. Kim Sun-ho from Korea. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kim Sun-ho. I'm Director of Strategy and Planning Department. So Ms. Lee Hae-kyung and the Professor Kwak Jae-sung made a great presentation indeed. So in the connection with the SDG, we should make the effort in order to implement those programs and projects. So I'd like to share some the ideas regarding that. And we have the training and cooperation project for the last 10 years. So in order to enhance the quality of lives, and we made the relevant programs. And there has been some the programs that should be improved further, but we are proud that we had some level of the positive outcomes. In order to prepare the post-INCHEON strategy, I'd like to make a full suggestions. So in order to enhance the right of people with disabilities, it is important to consider the following matters. So the CRPD and Sustainable Development Goals are the base of our discussions. So it is important to have the dignity and also non-discriminations and full and effective participation and inclusion in society and respect for difference and acceptance of people with disability as part of human diversity and humanity, equality of opportunity, accessibility, and equality between men and women, and the respect for the evolving capacity of children with disability and respect for the right of children with disability should be considered. So it is important to select key and priority goals, and based on that we can further increase our effort in order to create ecosystem to enhance our cooperation with the relevant countries. So first, so after the INCHEON strategy, and it is important to have an administrative system, and SDG and the CRPD and the Non-Discrimination Act should be considered as well. So it is important to have an exclusive center or agency, and I believe CODI can bear such responsibility. So the second, for the last 10 years, and the CODI made great effort in order to have the cooperation. So based on the accumulated experience, we have a better understanding about this project. So in the future, we need to collaborate with the relevant organizations, in particular based on the cooperation with the COICA, we can find new opportunities. The third is, it is important to create barrier-free environments and awareness-raising programs, and also the barrier-free infrastructures, and those should be in place. And based on that, capacity building can be realized. And we can provide support for the women with disability. And in implementing programs, it is critical to ensure engagement of people with disability. And the fourth, we have the great uncertainties, and COVID-19 pandemic is one of the examples. So it is crucial to develop the manuals for persons with a disability. So in order to have a better management of the disasters, including the pandemics, and we can develop relevant manuals. Based on the accumulated experience, we can provide better suggestions. And we have the expertise, so the excellent policies and programs implemented by CODI can be introduced to other Asian countries. So with this, I'd like to level my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kim Sun-ho. Now we have our last panelists, Director Son Sung-il of the Development Strategy of COICA. As introduced, I am Son Sung-il. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you on the opening of the INCHEON strategy, a decade of International Forum and a decade of INCHEON strategy. And KOICA is also involved in implementing the INCHEON strategy. And as a partner organization, I am honored to be invited to this occasion. As Professor Kwak Jae-sung mentioned, I would like to talk about the overseas projects from KOICA's perspective. So I'd like to share some of my ideas and talk about the next 10 years. So I'd like to talk about the agenda for the next 10 years that we need to contemplate on with KODI. So Professor Kwak mentioned three strategic directions regarding portfolio-type strategy. So what he said was about the 10 key goals of INCHEON strategy and that we need to focus on specific goals and focus our budget and capacity and our effort on those focus goals. And when we select the focus goals, we need to make efforts and introduce a two-track approach to implement these efforts. And we also need to select strategic countries for disability-inclusive cooperation. So these were some of the opinions that he mentioned, and I completely agree with his idea. In implementing projects with KOICA and KODI and stakeholders, we currently don't have a completely well-established system around implementing projects together, and so I think we need to divide and conquer and focus on strategic areas. Also, we have a two-track approach that we need to implement in the disability mainstream approach and disability markers. And this is a way for us to make more achievement in disability projects more efficiently. Taking a portfolio-type strategy means that the portfolio has to start from the strategy, and our project strategy must be drawn from the INCHEON strategy. So the INCHEON strategy must be reviewed, and we need to consider the accomplishments of the past 10 years of the INCHEON strategy. We need to think about whether there are lessons learned, and we need to reflect on the past decade. Also, we need to think about what are we going to prioritize. And we need to select strategic countries and also consider the scale of the project that can implement a two-track approach. And so we also need to think about how we're going to design and plan for the projects. And in that process, we need to think about whether excessive inefficiency or administrative expenses are an issue. So I believe that these are some of the specific discussions that we must have together. Second, on Professor Kwak's remarks, I would like to talk about the process improvement and enhancement of value. I agree with his opinion that we need a PM team for performance management, and that we need a macro project management, and we need to strengthen capacities for international development cooperation of OPDs. Since the SDG was implemented, this performance management was always in the focus of discussion. Through UNOHCHR, we have indicators connected to SDG and CRPD, and out of the 17 indicators that we have, 5 indicators are directly connected to the INCHEON strategy. So the SCG performance management tracks how we're going to establish a system around disability projects and how we're going to manage the performance and achievements of these projects. And regarding strengthening capabilities for the International Development Corporation of OPDs, we need to build capacity of domestic players. I do not believe that I need to stress this anymore. And we are actually belated in terms of beginning efforts around this, but I believe ecosystem building is something that we need to focus on together with CODI. Next, on cooperative strategy for scaling up, I think we need to move beyond mainstreaming performance management, but actually focus on each players and strategies and areas and match them to the disability areas and continue to expand our disability inclusive development cooperation. Some points for further discussion are as follows. So, I believe that we need to motivate CODI, and we need to consider whether there are ways to motivate CODI, and we need to consider which organization must lead this effort. Of course, the basic premise is that when we look at the decade as one cycle, we need to sustainably manage this cycle continuously, and we need to consider whether this should be a focus of CODI. Of course, we're going to need agreement with internal stakeholders, and we're going to need support from relevant stakeholders. And this is something that we can think about to bring out ideas regarding process improvement and enhancement of value. I look forward to the partnership between our organization and CODI, and I think that this can be a realistic option and a solution. Also, beyond scaling up the projects, we need to consider many efforts in inclusiveness, and these projects and fund support should not be just the project of CODI, but taken as part of the government effort. If we can't make this a government-supported project, it will always be marginalized in terms of support. And COICA has started partnering and working together with CODI on that point, and we would like to continue to further partnership as we move towards post-INCHEON strategy and improve the environment surrounding our projects. This brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the insightful ideas. So like this, we had 2 presentations and 3 the panelist discussions from multifaceted approaches. We could have opportunity to look into INCHEON strategies regarding corporations and also regarding making the right real, and we had discussions today. And from the perspective of SCAP, we could analyze the meaning of INCHEON strategy and at the same time from the perspective of the Korean governments and also the perspective of KOICA and the KODI, we could evaluate Incheon strategy. We have 20 minutes to go in this forum. From the speakers and the panelists, is there any further comments you want to share? If not, we'd like to have a Q&A session. Then, so there are a few questions on the YouTube channel, so let me check it. So while these letters are not quite visible, but I'd like to see the questions on YouTube channel, and also there are pre-collected questions. So I'd like to give 2 or 3 questions to speakers and panelists. So please do address those questions. I'm going to invite the speakers and panelists in the order of presentation. So first, let's invite Ms. Lee Hae-kyung from KODI.
So regarding implementation of the Incheon strategy, you've explained the Korean government's achievements and results overall. And if there is something that we've done very well, could you introduce that to us and also speak about the areas that need more to improve? And why you believe that that is the case?
네, 방금 주신 답변을 드리자면
To answer your question,
사실 제가 뭐 평가는 이제 저희가 지금 10년 상반기 평가라든지 2018년
so we did H1 review and research on the implementation of Incheon strategy. We've collected data and opinions of stakeholders, and I've explained the progress, whether or not we've excelled or lagged behind in some of the areas. So to tell you about what we did well is, I think it's very difficult to choose just one, but I explained in my presentation, but in Korea, we have Disability Act enacted this year, and we also have set up specific targets in connection with the Incheon strategy. So we've always considered Incheon strategy when we plan our projects. And so actually, there were many projects that were being implemented, were in the process of being implemented and carried out, that had a lot of connection with the Incheon strategy. And when we pursued these projects, I believe that overall we did very well. But when I say this, I think some might say that no, we still have room to improve. And so regarding social protection, I don't know if you agree with me, but I think we have activity to provide support for people with disabilities, and this service had only about 48,000, and it increased due to the huge budget that we invested in. It actually accounted for the huge part of the total budget, and we saw that more and more people with disabilities started to use the service of being provided with assistance. And I believe that our effort and budget allocation led to this result. One area that we need to focus more on is the women with disabilities. And so there are many measures and activities around women with disabilities, but still, compared to men with disabilities, they are discriminated against in terms of opportunity, and they fall under the 2 categories of the vulnerability group, which is women and people with disabilities. And so we need to do more in strengthening protection activities and providing support for women with disabilities. This was my personal opinion. Thank you very much for your answer.
Next, I'd like to raise a question to Professor Kwak Jae-sung. So one is a pre-collected question, the other is a question on online platform. So let me go for the pre-collected question first. So you made suggestions on the management and operation aspects of the Secretariat for overall project efficiency and better performance. So for practical reform, which action plan needed to be implemented? So this is a pre-collected question. So second question we collected from online channel is, so when it comes to the development cooperations, so when we see the support for the vulnerable people, rather than we only focus on the low-income country, it might be better and more effective to focus on the middle-income countries. So regarding the support for the disability, people with a disability, so which country can be focused as a priority country? So let me cover the second question first. So it is a quite the difficult question to answer. So this can be the question regarding our the selection criteria, and there is no well-known the formula regarding that. So which groups we should focus on and which countries we focus on. Regarding that, a lot of the informations and expertise are required. But let me give a general answer regarding that. So we should focus on the priority on the double the vulnerability and triple vulnerability. For example, those who fall into the category of women and persons with disabilities, and also those who are living in the country with the internal conflict. So the landmines and other the violence, and those the permanent in some countries. So those who have disability in those countries have the more challenges and difficulties. So we focus on those who are suffering from the double vulnerabilities and sometimes triple vulnerabilities. And depending on the time, we can have the different targets. And regarding the timings, and now the COVID-19 pandemic is the specific timing aspects. And regarding the locations, and the Myanmar can be one example. There is no the informations and no connection to the external world, and because of that, vulnerability can be increased further. So the international aid is urgent. So this is not the situation to divide into low-income country and a mid-income country, but still, if the country have somewhat established governance, and we can have the efficiency and effectiveness out of our programs. But if we only focus on that one, we neglect SDG, and because we should go for no one left behind principle. So if we only focus on the countries with established governance, and we cannot have the proper approaches in the perspective of SDG, so I introduced twin-track approaches. So once again, what I want to emphasize is it is important to have a perspective of humanitarian approaches, and also wish to focus on the double and triple the vulnerability aspects. So this is the answer to the second question. Regarding operation and management of a secretariat, which is the first question, I had great discussions with the Cody, and there are some people who want to know more about that. So let me give some explanations. The centering on international cooperation team in CODI, the many programs and projects have been implemented and tried. Some the execution and the implementation, and there are two different approaches. Regarding executions, and the civic groups can be selected. So this project is a kind of outsourced. And also the regarding the international cooperations, and CODI can have implementations. In some cases, the execution and implementation can be done at the same time. That gives a great burden on the staff members in the Kori. So what I want to suggest is it can be desirable to nurture and foster the external agencies and other centers so that they can execute the necessary programs. Regarding international cooperations, it is really difficult to have meaningful implementation executions regarding projects for the people with disabilities. As time goes, we can have the advancement, but regarding the project for the persons with disability, we should have a consensus and have the better cooperations. There is one positive signal, and we are already having cooperations with the actual the people who are doing the actions on the field, and also we are doing the communication with those agencies and centers in overseas countries as well. Because we already initiated such effort, it is meaningful to continue those efforts. Based on that, we can have better efficiency, effectiveness, and in order to do that, it is meaningful to have a better and increased budget.
We also have questions for our panelists. First to Chairman Kim Dong-ho. We have questions that were prepared before and also from online. One is about what is the gap between an advanced country and a developing country in terms of infrastructure and capacity around disability data. Of course, I understand that the developing country would lag behind advanced country, but I think we need to consider why this question is important. And the second question is, you mentioned implementing and establishing an international disability training organization, and what would be the activities that can be implemented by this organization? So we have established a Asia-Pacific Disability Center in Japan. And considering that, what would the organization, the disability training organization, do? When we look at the disability data establishments in the advanced country and developing countries, there are a gap between how to scope disability. So there is a difference in the people who are considered as having disability. And if it is too wide, then the government may feel a burden in establishing disability data around it. Next is about building statistics-related capacity, because to establish statistics, we need experts and systems around collecting data. And of course, there's population census and health-related surveys and investigations. These are implemented by the governments in the developing countries as well, but it is still very much restricted, and there's not a lot of budget around it. So there are a difference and gap in the results. So it's inevitable, and we cannot narrow the gap overnight. But we need to think about ways to maybe be able to maximize the use out of the limited infrastructure that they have, and trying to think of ways to build data around disability without having to put much effort or costs. Next, regarding the International Disability Training Organization, I believe that it is important to establish such an organization to work together with OPDs and to train stakeholders and policymakers regarding disability and raise awareness. I think it's important to build capacity and also provide them with the information that they need in policymaking. Also, since after the INCHEON strategy, we also need to continue to monitor and track the implementation of progress regarding achieving SDGs and I think we need to encourage and involve more participation from the OPDs through projects. So I think that's another activity that the International Disability Training Organization can do, supporting OPDs to get more engaged in the SDGs. So Japan established the Asia Pacific Disability Center, and it implemented various projects and programs to build capacity and training programs for organizations and stakeholders, also implemented job-related programs, and it is recognized for its effort. And the Japanese government is reducing support for that program, and I understand that the Thailand government is actually supporting the program. So if we were to establish an international disability training organization like that center, we would focus on establishing policy foundation and institutions around disability. Korea has a lot of advantages and know-hows regarding establishing regulations and legislations in disability, so Korea could contribute to that role, and I believe that Korea could implement that role.
So together with UN ESCAP, we have the ICT Training Center. So based on the cooperation with UN ESCAP, we are operating and managing that. So if we could attract the center like APCD, that will be meaningful. So next we are going to invite Mr. Kim Sun-ho from Korea. So let me ask a question. So when Korea connects the main project with the Incheon strategic goals, what kind of a project can be implemented and in what way? So what kind of project have been implemented? So how that has been implemented, that is the question. Then the second question is, in the Korea budget, which project and programs receive the great percentage of the budget's allocations? So regarding the programs for women with disability, how much budget is allocated? The target, goal number 1, and that is about reducing the poverties. So reducing poverty and enhancing work and employment prospect, that is goal number 1. So that is related. Goal number 3, that is about enhancing access to the physical environment and public transportation, knowledge, information, and communication. And in order to have the barrier-free environments, we are having the PF and the certifications, so that can be connected. Goal 5 is about expanding early intervention and education of children with disability. So we also have programs regarding that. The vocational training receive about 30 billion budget in order to enhance employment and also develop new employment opportunity. And we are using these budgets. We now build the cafe that can be run and operated by people with a disability. So I'd like to ask your interest about this. Well, thank you. So last but not least, I'd like to invite Mr. Son Sung-il from KOICA. So let me ask questions. The first question is, and we collected the question from the online platform. So from the perspective of KOICA, so SDG and CRPD and the INCHEON strategies and how those can be interconnected. So, well, based on the close connections and development project and programs can be implemented. So this question is asking the perspective of KOICA. So compared to the previous programs and projects, KOICA is focusing more about the programs for people with disabilities. So it is important to have a close connection regarding SDG and CRPD and the INCHEON strategies. So from the perspective of KOICA, what is the contact point among these different approaches? And the other question is, in order to have international cooperations, and how do you evaluate the structure of cooperation among the organizations that work for persons with disability like CODI? So regarding the connection among INCHEON strategies and CRPD and SDG, I'd like to give two different the answers. So regarding the strategies developed by CODI, so far the strategies which focus on the socially vulnerable the people has been rather weak, but there has been new strategies that have been established this year. So we have a more detailed strategic plans. And we are going to expand the scope of disabilities, and also we have a clear directions for disability-related projects and programs. Regarding the project for the persons with disability did not receive due attention, but now things have been changed somewhat. We are focusing on a few the disability-specific programs and projects. One the representative example is some new programs that will be implemented in the Vietnam. So disability, the cure, the center will be implemented. About $12 million will be implemented. They will be allocated for this project. So for the next few years, this program will be implemented. So this is one the distinctive the example the KOICA is doing for persons with disability. We are inviting relevant agencies like the CODI, and CODI can have the collaboration with the KOICA and can implement these programs and the project. Regarding cooperation with the CODI, when it comes to implementations, two organizations, KOICA and CODI, can have a close cooperation. In the Korea, it is difficult to secure the experts who can implement the programs for the persons with disability. CODI has a pool of experts, so based on the networks with the CODI, we can have the better the business opportunities. We can utilize the pool of experts who can have a great understanding about the programs and projects for the persons with disabilities. And KOICA is receiving applications from various the organizations, and for the selected project, the budget is allocated from KOICA. And there are various programs done by CODI. So the CODI can also make application for that, so that KOICA can provide the budget for the project. Now we are making effort to better shape the programs and the models for the persons with disability. In the year 2004, we made effort in order to carry out those model developments, and we had some the directions for these programs. And now we are going to go for the further research effort in order to develop more detailed programs. If KOICA can have a collaboration with the CODI, and in developing actual field programs, we can have a great benefit. Well, thank you. So, well, all the participants had a great time management, so thank you for that. Well, the ODA, the scale has been expanded for the last few years, so many organizations organizations and agencies want to work with the KOICA. The CEO Im Hee-kyung has great the understanding about the importance of the project for the persons with disability, which is an encouraging sign indeed. So for the last few hours, the speakers and panelists made great contributions for this forum. So thank you so much. With a big round of applause, we are going to wrap up this session.
네. 감사합니다.
Thank you so much. Well, the chairperson Uju made a great effort as a moderator, and also the speakers and panelists made great insightful discussions. Please give a big hand. Thank you so much. Through the International Forum on a decade of Incheon strategy, we had the opportunity to look back the past 10 years, and also we pictured the next 10 years we are going to take together. Once again, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to every one of you for being with us today, online, offline. I was Kim Yeon-in. Thank you.